who is actually the mastermind together with other colleagues you will get to know during the day of these events all together. Mihailo, the floor is yours.
Now, hello. I guess that because I'm the first one to speak, I need to do some sort of a official gesture to announce the forum is open. But I didn't rehearse it, I don't have any bells and anything like that. My name is Mihailo Milovanovic. I'm one of the two people who is coordinating the work of ETF on data monitoring and assessment together with my colleague Filippo, who will speak in a minute. I feel very competent already. I have a jacket and a tie and a wireless microphone. The first thing I want to tell you, one of the things I noticed in this part of Italy when traveling on different airports was that they tend to heat the rooms a lot. So in case you start feeling hot, it's very likely because it's simply hot, not because we have any hot topics or anything like that. And so to break the ice and tell you it's really okay to undress to a certain extent, I will just remove my jacket. So if you feel like removing yours at some point, be my guest and do it. Nobody will notice. Simone already gave an example how it is, or you can simply leave the room or the house without a jacket. What I wanted to say just in a few minutes quickly. Usually in the agenda it says this is the part where you say welcome. I kind of thought that maybe we should reverse and start with a different word, you know, the one that is usually reserved for the end. And the word is thank you. Now, you may be wondering what exactly you want to thank you for. I mean, you just arrived. And in some way, the fact that you're here, I feel like I need to thank you for that. I've been doing this work for a while, you know, and I still remember the first time I had to present. I had one slide and I was preparing like for 3 days to say this slide. Now I have 54 slides together with my colleagues. Probably we're not going to present all of that, but one thing that really I've never seen before, and the times in which we currently are a little bit like that. It has never been more important to have evidence, and it has never been less important to have evidence, because what we see is that people who decide, people who need to tell how things will go over the next years, they want to have information. At the same time, they want to interpret, use the information exactly in the way they want. And so, in some ways, you can argue we're living in times where having data is important, and it is not important at all, because it matters much more not what data you have, but what you do with it after you have collected it. So you could have said, why would I come to discuss evidence far away in the fields next to the sheep and the cows, when maybe data doesn't matter anymore so much? So thank you for, you know, trusting us and coming. Second thing, why I think I need to thank you, and I think my colleagues will agree. It has never been less important to listen what internationals say, because we're all sort of starting to close in little groups, in little islands. So in a way, before when I started my work some years ago, we had this kind of an international agreement that we're all kind of working towards the same goal, towards the same thing. There was some international standards, international goals, if you wish. Today, it has never been more optional whether you want to cooperate or not internationally. Very many countries are actually closing down, or groups of countries are closing down. And what kind of information they have, what kind of evidence they work with, is pretty much up to them. And so you still decided to come and talk about an international dimension of evidence collection and interpretation. And I want to thank you for that. And third, I know that some of you made a very long trip to come here, days on end, like our colleagues from Ukraine, our colleagues from Palestine. Others had to go and discuss idiotic things with idiotic civil servants to get a visa. I mean, I've been having visas for a very long time myself. So thanks a lot also for putting the effort, trusting us, that this day will be meaningful enough to justify day-long travel here. I have no idea whether they will be good or not. And the idea is that we are not here to tell you stuff, because, okay, I have a microphone, I look like a motivation speaker right now. But the reality is we wanted to create just a forum where we can really talk about things that matter. Of course, we had to frame a little bit the day, so there is an agenda, there are certain sessions. I'm going to say something more about this later. But we could not have just said from 10 to 4, free discussion. We had to put some kind of orientation points. Anyway, thanks for being here. And I hope that I'll have a chance to say welcome at the end of the day when you say thank us, and we say, you're welcome, no problem. We're happy to be serving your needs. Anyway, so I'll give the word now to my colleague Filippo, who I see prepared much better than me, actually. So.
A few words. My name is Filippo Del Nino. I am the team leader of the data collection cluster in the ETF. Whatever it is, we will not enter into the details of how we split our work in the organization in clusters, teams, units. I don't think that's interesting for you. We are a group of people. I mean, it's me, Mihailo, Doriana, Stefano, and Marco as a core group, plus a number of other experts. I've been working for the ETF for 25 years. I've been dealing with the data issue and evidence-based policy making since probably 2010, when we launched the first Torino process. I've been country manager for Palestine, Egypt, North Macedonia, and Moldova, so I do know many countries in different regions. I am not, I admit it from the beginning, a quantitative expert, quantitative analyst. I'm the only one, so anything that is produced of high value from my team is basically done by Doriana, my partner in crime. What do? We focus today, as Mihailo presented, on the KIESE and Torino process. In the data collection, we also do a number of other things in terms of analysis, survey, data collection, data visualization, accessibility of data for other stakeholders, use of AI for data scraping from the web for low jump vacancies. We will not enter the details today because that's not the focus of the event, but in any case, for all these activities, you will be one of our key partners, so you will hear of these activities when it's going to be needed. What do I look forward most out of this meeting is the strengthening of this group of stakeholders. We had decades of cooperation, but we are committed to make an additional effort to engage you even more in peer learning activities, capacity building, data sharing. So we really look forward to create an even stronger cooperation. And that's all for me.
Okay, so surprise, surprise, who is coming next for the first session? Guess? Mihailo? Voila, exactly. So I think I can call here Mihailo and Stefano, that actually they will guide us through a certain bulk of knowledge and information. And I just want to set some rules. Mihailo, Stefano, if there is any burning question, can they stop you? Or you prefer that you go until the end, and then we will tell you how we can actually collect questions in a more dynamic way. Are they allowed to stop you or not?
No.
Okay, no. No stop. They are unstoppable and unbreakable. Excellent.
No, it's a conversation. It's a conversation.
Okay, so if there is any super top burning question, please stop it. Otherwise, when
okay, there's a screen here. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise, when we get at the end of the presentation, we will collect your input by table.
All right.
Okay? Are you all alive?
Yes,
okay,
yes,
that's
yes.
already a good point. Floor is yours. Thank you.
So we have so many, actually we're not many people, but the number is enough to get confused at times. And so we have Stefano, we have also Marco, who is somewhere there. We have Doriana and we have Filippo. This is like the core team. And as Filippo already started explaining, I'll explain it again and then we'll explain it again because it's kind of sometimes complicated. We have split the data work at ETF into, not that you need to care, but just to justify why do we have an army of people to show one graph. So we have a group of people who is responsible for the collection of the data. This is the data collection cluster. And we have another group of people responsible for, kind of interpreting what the data said. Before it was one, now it's in two parts. Filippo is leading the part on the data collection from next year. And I continue to lead the part that has to do with the interpretation of the data. And so right now, we have Filippo and Doriana there for the data cluster, and here we have the two guys and myself for the monitoring cluster. And we have a very long presentation. I think it will be very scary if we show all the slides, but that's why I'll try to go quickly through some of them. So as you know, the session one, the idea is to tell you a little bit about what we did with all the information we collected, also with your help in 2025. The first thing that we would like to say is basically what is the scope of monitoring. I want to ask you also if you see something that is weird, or you discover your country is here or not there at all and you don't like it, please raise your hand. It's really a conversation. I know there's a stage, this makes me like more authoritative than I should be, but really you can interrupt at any point in time, but also Simona will be then guiding us through the moments when we have really reserved time for discussion. So the scope of monitoring, as you know, we are an agency that covers everybody else but the EU countries. And this is very pleasant sometimes because we have a little bit more freedom to what we can do. And so this is the scope of the coverage of the monitoring we do every year. As you see, we have most of the countries. Some of the countries that are grayed out because of either conflict or political reasons and so on. So this list is usually very stable. In addition to that, it is important also to have a clear idea of what exactly we're monitoring. And so what we monitor, there's nothing really exotic about that. We have a selection of indicators which describe the demographic and socioeconomic context in each country, because we realize that just talking about education or labor markets without understanding what is happening in the economy and the society of a country is not really very meaningful. So we have a selection of data that covers the demographic and socioeconomic context. Then there is a group of indicators that we call headline indicators on education and VET. They're covering very basic things such as access, quality, and some aspects of the system. There is a group of indicators that covers employment. As you know, every time we invite colleagues like you to a room, we have a mix of people. Some are responsible for education, others are more responsible for labor market statistics. There are those who are responsible for the social statistics at large. And so it really is a mix, but we try to balance both sides always, the education and training side and the side where the skills are actually mobilized and used. So there are headline indicators on employment, and then there is a selection of indicators which we call system performance indices. In fact, they are covering three broad areas: access, quality, system management, and organization. We also discovered that it's not just enough to talk about access, because access is a little bit of an abstract term, and so we always cover also access for specific groups of learners, which for one reason or another are either important or a priority or simply common sense. For instance, we have these 4 groups. We have many more groups before in 2023 and 2024, and we realized that this is simply too much. We're also getting lost ourselves, and so we reduced this selection of learners in 2025 to these basic groups: young people, old people, girls, boys. Well, I know there's a discussion whether they're only girls and boys, but for us we kind of tried to make it simple and we stuck to these 2 genders only. And we have then disadvantaged youth. This is youth at risk of exclusion, and we also have a category of adults at risk. Now, this bit here, it may look a little bit modest, like you see this whole long list, and there in the end you have this small square saying System Performance Torino Process, but quite a few of our graphs are based on that. So I just want to add one more square to the slide and say that when we talk about performance, what we mean is that we have a lot of information on what countries are putting into their education and training systems. We have a lot of information on what they're promising to do, what is in the laws, in the strategies, and so on. What we did not have so much was information of what all of these arrangements deliver. And so we define system performance as the extent to which countries actually deliver to their promises in key areas such as access, quality, efficient management of the system. And so when you hear system performance, when you hear system performance index, what it means is, how does this thing work in favor of these people here? So we don't care what policies you have for supporting access or quality. What we care is, do you actually deliver what you promised? Do those who need access have access? Do those who expect relevance and quality have relevance and quality? And so this aspect here, system performance, actually tracks performance in the sense of delivering to commitments. The process that we have every year of evidence collection, there's nothing really very mysterious about that. Sorry, I don't know why that here should be, yeah, exactly. So we have these three very basic steps. We have a period in the year where we collect the evidence. There's a period of the year where we try to make sense of that. And there's a period of the year where then we sort of release this and start to disseminate. Because you're a special group, this is the first time we're showing the results for 2025. They're still being fine-tuned. We can still, I wouldn't say negotiate, but like I said, if you see something you really don't like, please let us know and we'll try to misinterpret the data so that your country looks better than it should. That's no problem. Just let us know. But these are like the three steps, and in 2025, the periods in which we did things, maybe you still remember. Some of you maybe prefer to forget already. But in May and August, we had Stefano and team bother you with when will you send us the data from the LFS, please fill out the template, blah, blah, blah. So this is the period when we were collecting the data. August and November, we were doing the analysis and the preparation of the reports. And now we're in the stage where we're starting to push this out and present the results. And if you ask data types and sources where these results can be seen, there's one slide in the section that Stefano is going to present, which is great because I actually would like now to have some water. So I hand over to you, and here is the clicker. You want? No. Okay.
I was trying to make this work. Okay. Now it works. Great. I also want a clipper. Yes, I want. Thank you. And yes, so hi again, I'm Stefano. I'm the person that bother not all of you, just the statistical offices for the data request. And now I'm going through a bit of more of detail, not too many because I don't want that you sleep after 5 minutes, of how do we do this data collection and what does it include. So yes, data types and sources. So we mentioned already this name, KIESE data. So what is for us KIESE data? Here we are trying to describe what we try to collect for our monitoring annual exercise. So we collect also many other type of data, surveys, and so on. But here we just focus on what we try to collect regularly. We start with KIESE data. KIESE, it's a fancy acronym that we ETF invented many years ago. It's a key indicator in education, skills, and employment. So here we aim to collect all the possible available indicators that either from you, our ETF partner countries, or from international repositories cover these aspects, so skills, employment, and education. And here we have this big list of indicators. Now we are currently over 200 indicators that we try to collect. And then we use only a part of this indicator to feed another another weird name that you maybe heard a few seconds ago, the system performance indices. System performance indices are these composite index that we created a couple of years ago now to try to monitor our Torino process. So our monitoring effort to monitor the system of initial VET, continuing VET, and lifelong learning in all our partner countries. So in a nutshell, how does it work? It's an index, so a number that goes from 0 to 100 that is made by a composition of part of this indicator that, like I said, that KIESE indicator, they cover employment, skills, and education. But since we are aimed to cover also some areas, some research outcome where there's not necessarily a lot of information immediately available, or not a lot of information that it's very easy to quantify with a number, 70%, 20%. For example, we would like to know something about internationalization of the system, so how much your vocational education system are interconnected with the systems of other countries' projects. If you hear that, it's you can argue about how can you measure it with a number. We can't. There's not a lot available internationally and also nationally. So we include in the System Performance Index also some results of some questionnaires filled by experts. So we asked to experts to do some evaluation on all these specific research outcomes in this, that then going to feed also the System Performance Indices. This, in a nutshell, that I hope didn't confuse you too much. And here is a bit of a list of what we collect by type of evidence. So you can see that in this fancy graph, most of the indicator actually comes from, that we aim to collect, actually comes from UNESCO and OECD PISA. Not because we like this organization particularly, but because we aim to collect data that is internationally comparable on education, and these are the two main repositories where we find this type of information. Again, internationally available and internationally comparable. Because I'm sure that you, in each of your countries, you have many of these other data, but then it's difficult to make a comparison or to use same definitions in all the countries. And then you can see here, I just focus on here, LFS. LFS is still a block of indicators that basically still represent the core group of indicator where I'm involved in bothering you every year. So like I said before with KIESE indicators, many of them comes from international repositories. We still keep a small portion that we ask you every year, partially because we like to keep the relationships, and also partially because these LFS indicators, we know that they are not necessarily available in repositories, but at the same time, LFS is made in almost all the countries, labor force survey, and it's something that we try then to collect directly from you. And here on the right side, you see an example of the questionnaire that I mentioned here. This is the type of questionnaire that we fill for to build the System Performance Index of the Torino process. So as you can see, there's a question where the experts can fill some text, and then there's an evaluation from basically a Likert scale. So from here it says needs significant improvement to very good. So something from bad to good. And then we use this scale for the System Performance Index. And here, yes, it's an even more detailed view of the same information that of the availability of this graph, of these, of these indicators. And we go to now to what we try to report from these indicators. Here, this year, with all these indicators, we have several reports that we try to feed. One of the main one, but they're all following the same logic, is the country fish. So for each country, we try to develop a report that try to follow the same principle. So, and the principles are first, we try to give an overview from a socioeconomic context. And this is a non-comprehensive, but list of indicators that we picked this year to monitor and visualize the main information about the socioeconomic context in a country. So indicators like the total population, indicators about percentage of migrants, GDP, inflation rate, and so on. And then in pre-primary education, then primary education is 4 or 5 years, and so on. So we start with an overview of the context of the country. Then we try, of course, to monitor the education system of these countries. And here we monitor from the point of view of participation and access, the attainment and completion outcomes, and also some system metrics. So for example, we try to find some indicator about how much investment is put in these education systems. And these, again, are all indicators part of our KIESE data collection, but they are not all. Like I said, there are 200 indicators. We just picked for the reporting point of view here, the one that we think are the most representative. Then from education, we move from like a logic and narrative point of view to employment. So we see like the education outputs are, in many cases, one could argue how much the education can help and support and give the right instruments to the youth, or not all necessarily to the youth, to enter in the labor market. So we try to monitor employment rate by educational attainment, for example. And also we try to put some information about the demand of these skills. So something about educational mismatch, for example. So, for example, these are two indicators that now they're available from ILO that says the percentage of the total employment. We just look how many of them are overeducated compared to the job that they're doing, or undereducated compared to the job they are doing. Just to give you a quick overview. And then in this reporting, we also include the system performance index that Mihailo already described before. So divided by accident participation, quality and relevance, and system management and organization. Now, I don't go again into this detail because otherwise you really sleep. But going quickly, I finish here with this slide. These are our main reports that we do every year covering the monitoring and assessment of skills, employment, and education. So, like I said, here we have the country fishes, which are, for each country, we try to describe not only education, skills, and employment, but in general, an overview of what happened in the country in this particular year. And these are all reports that happens every year. Then we have the cross-country reporting, which is this one. This is the 2024 version, is a screenshot of our web page. And soon we will have the 2025 version of it. But in a few minutes, we'll present some very first results from this new upcoming report. And then we have other kind of thematic report that we publish, and we use our data to feed the content of this report. Then I give the floor now to my colleague Marco. We found this rhythm of passing the microphone also to keep a bit the rhythm, to try to keep the rhythm a bit high. But then there's...
Let me just check everything was clear. You are still alive? I do this reality check. Okay, we still have 10 more minutes presentation. The objective was really to set in the scene.
Yes.
And then we do something more, a bit active also with you, okay? Okay. Marco?
Yes. Now I give you the mic. And sorry, I just tell that now, again, I set the scene. And now, what do we know about the data? Maybe now we go into the real content. What do we know about the data that we collected this year? And we start from the availability of this data. So not more like a meta content than a content. So what we found available in this system performance indices to you.
Thanks. So as Stefano said, here we are presenting data availability. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Next. We are presenting data availability, not system performance, but just whether the data are present or not for ICI. For ICI, we intend international comparable indices. And here we can find the data collected by region and country, and over a 3 years time, from 2023 to 2025. And what we can observe is that regions have different availability of data, because some region has exposure to alignment process of the European Union, for example, and tend to have more data than countries that join data collection on a voluntary basis. And the second observation we can make is that there is a slight improve over the years. This could be the outcome of the fact that this year, 2025, a report of OECD PISA has been issued, so there are more data. And this is not a trend. Maybe in 2026 we will collect less data. We don't know. And in the last finding is that the data availability varies a lot among countries and among regions. So this fact could foster also cooperation and best practice exchange between the countries and the region of ETF partner countries. In the next slide, we will see data availability for young people. So here we have we can observe that overall and general access and quality information are more available for young people in general, but we have some trouble collecting them with disaggregation by gender. And the other fact is that there is for some countries this trend is on the opposite. So we can find that for example, for some countries we have more data by gender than overall. And in the next slide we will see the same for adults. Many data are we collect less data for adults than for youth, and we will have some and the data disaggregated by gender are more likely to be found here than for youth. And in the last graph we will see that monitoring we will see data availability by area of policy monitoring. So here the scenarios are three. We have access, quality, and system management outcome. And the scenario is three. We face limited data for access, for example. We have data availability, but we have one single source of the data. So maybe for quality we face one single source of the data. And the last point is that system management have some trade-off between data readily available and the scope of the outcome we have found. So
back to me. And another thing of this slide that I found interesting, just to, in these few seconds when I take the remote control, is that you can see here very easily, like for example, if you focus on the pink bar, quality and relevance, here we rely a lot on indicators from some international data collections, such as the PISA service. And you can see here, these mimic these bars. You see there are some countries that has like over 50% availability. Some others are 0 or almost 0. That's because this is, in many cases, it mimics exactly the countries that are part of this PISA service and are not part of this PISA service. Just to tell you how much we rely on these very few sources that we have to monitor quality and relevance. And now I just continue, and we start with some real finding of our cross-country analysis. I just have a few slides showing you the context and demand for learning. So we started from more like a contextual point of view. I think here I have 3 slides, but I would like to focus your attention only to one. So again, here is just a quick overview about the economy of this country. I would not spend too much time on that. There are countries where the GDP is growing, other countries where it's growing less, other countries where the inflation rate is more or less under control, others where the inflation rate is up above the charts. This is just to say that you are a very diverse group of countries, and we are aware of the difficulties and the struggle that that each specific situation has. So it's even if we divide you by the regions, it's very difficult to give one average overview of all of one region or even all of our countries. And same here, very quickly, this is the relative size of youth population, meaning is the population 15 to 24 divided by the theoretical population of that has access to labor market. So basically 1524 divided by 1564, let's say. And here just to say that the youth in the labor market are still a big chunk of the labor market population. And this is especially true in the southern and eastern Mediterranean countries, you can see, with values that goes around or even above the 30% of the total working population. But I want to focus your attention on these slides here. So here we have simply the employment rate by education attainment, and not a surprising trend like you might see. So the employment rate in the lighter bars are the employment rate of the people with a low education attainment. Then we have the middle bar, which is the population which is middle education attainment, so secondary education. And then the higher bar is population with university degrees in employment. And nothing surprising if you have higher education attainment, it's more likely that you can have a job. This is true in basically all the countries, with some exception in some country if you just compare the low educational attainment and the middle education attainment, which is an interesting element. But I wanted to focus with this red square rhomboid that appears here. Here is the share of population, of adult population, that has either a low education attainment, so elementary school or less, or a secondary education attainment, so lower secondary or upper secondary. And you can see here that these percentages in all the countries is in many cases 70% or even above 80 or almost 90%. So this is just to focus that despite, yes, the rightmost bar represent, yes, the population with higher education attainment, and they have less struggle to find a job. The big chunk of population in all the countries is population that, again, we can use this as a proxy. It might not be true for all, but it's population that might struggle or will struggle also in the near future to find and keep a job. So this was an interesting and flash finding. And now I think I finish this part, and then I think I can give the floor to Mihailo, I suppose, which is coming right now.
Yeah. Thank you. You still there? Yeah, I see that. Yeah, there was a huge difference when I was here last time. It was still sort of, you know, I don't know, like flowers that would just watered you awake, and now you're like a little bit withering. So the problem is that I have more of these slides, so I'm not going to make it much more interesting. But I just two sort of footnotes. What I found striking from the slides before, and this is why we put them, is that how much more information we have about systems and things which are actually dead, and how much less information we have about the people who are in the system. So somehow we must have been investing a lot of effort in getting data and agreeing on what we should track when it comes to big things, such as, you know, how many providers, how much money is in the system, and so on. When it comes to the actual learners, this is much more difficult to track. Even more difficult, what happens exactly to the teachers? Even more impossible. This is one of the shocking things that I still give as an example. When we try to find indicators to track system performance, we realize there is no internationally agreed indicator on school leaders at all. I mean, if you want to see who are the school leaders, are they good or not, are they doing their job well, there is nothing there. So it's really interesting how we know much more about the systems than about the people in the systems. And the second is what high share of people actually may need a chance to reskill and upskill because they're at risk of not finding a job. And this is true for all of our countries. But let's maybe talk about systems again, because this is what we can do best. And in my experience, if you start to talk about money, people tend to listen to you. Up to a moment, because then they realize there's not money for me, and they stop listening again. But let's start with money. So knowing that there is a lot of demand for education, that young people need, and that there are adults who may need a chance, and so on, the question is, how much money do we actually spend on education across the countries we have? And as you can see on this graph here, I mean, it's a very imperfect metric, and this is the problem with all this international data. In order to capture the whole world, they must lose a lot of detail. So, share of GDP spent on education. There's so much into the word education. So, looking at this indicator, you still don't know much. Do they spend the money in education on this or on that? But what we can say, if countries say education and training is important, do they do what they say? And so this is a good proxy for the relative importance attached to education. And frankly, if you see here, many, surprising amount of countries we work with, surprising amount of your countries, do spend well above what is considered the international benchmark. Which means either education is very important for you, but I think education is important for all countries, or it may mean that in addition to the question of how much money, we may have some efficiency problems to discuss. I mean, spending 6, 7, in some cases in countries above 7% of GDP on education is an enormous amount of money. I know you can argue if you spend a big share of a small cake, you will have a small piece. If you smell a small share of a big cake, you may have a bigger piece. However, this is still, even after you adjust for purchasing power parity, you realize that some countries do spend big amounts, but it's not very clear what they're getting out of this investment. And so, in addition to the funding, we also looked into the question, what does this funding deliver? Of course, all of this is very aggregate and shaky, and you probably can argue, well, you don't really know. If you have an idea of all the money spent on education, how can you judge about access to VET? You know, because you don't really know how much you spent on VET. Still, we're going to discuss this in the afternoon in one of the working groups, that if you put your slides in the right order, you're creating drama and a story, and people tend to believe you. So believe me, we talk about money, and now we talk about what money buys. Does money buy access? And you can see here that, in fact, yes, the picture across different regions and across different countries is very different when it comes specifically to access to initial vocational education and training. And so you see these blue bars, they show system performance in support of access for the general learner. We did not disaggregate here by gender or anything like that. And with the yellow dots, you see what happens to people once they get into their program. Do they actually manage to also complete this program? And so you see that several things on this graph, and then I'll move on to the next because soon we'll run out of time. You see that having a very high, very good performance in supporting access is not a very good predictor whether people are also going to graduate. Just like having little access is not a good predictor for the same. So basically you have countries where quite a few people enter, not very many people graduate. you have also another scenario which maybe access is not so easy, but then you have really a very high, good, solid performance in making sure that students also complete. Now, what is behind this? We can sort of speculate what is behind this, but I want to just share a few interesting questions. I don't really have an answer. One question is that we have seen in some places that if you have a really very easy access and problems in the area of completion, it may mean that vocational education and training in such contexts really accepts students who are already struggling and who may not have any other place to go anymore. And so these people are actually at risk of dropping out even before they came to VET. And once they come into VET, which is with open doors to everyone, nobody really takes care of them anymore. And so they're really at risk of not completing. So that's the first kind of a maybe contradictory message. Another message could be that in places where you have a high rate of completion, this could mean that, you know, VET programs are rigorous and people are really successful and VET is supportive and so on. It may also mean that the criteria for assessment are very relaxed. So you see, before making big conclusions from graphs like that, it's really important to understand what the context is. But here in our region, in our partner countries, we really have a very mixed situation. But I do think that in most cases, in many countries where you have really high rate of access, not rate of access, sorry, this is the wrong thing to say, where you have really strong performance in access to VET, I also question, is this really good news? Because in many cases, this means that students did not have another option. This is the only place they could go, because the general education track is much more restrictive. So you see, a lot of mixed messages from a graph like that. So before you start discussing, oh, my country is high, this is good, and oh, my country is low, this is good or bad, we really need to know the context much better. So this was like, the previous graph was a discussion of access on the level of providers. So we are imagining this ideal situation. A student goes into a school. What happens there? Can he get to the school? Does he manage to finish the program in that school, and so on? If we would look into the same thing more on the system level, this is an indicator that is really classical KIESE indicator, early levels from education and training. So essentially, we're trying to figure out what happens to people after they finish compulsory education. Do they actually decide to continue? Or do they, you know, I can't wait to finish this compulsory part and then I finally leave school and I never come back. And as you can see here, in terms of likelihood of retaining access even after compulsory education has ended, so looking at the system level, you see that the message is quite mixed, and also that some countries maybe have slightly more of a, I don't know whether it's really a challenge. Maybe you can say, the only thing I care in my country is that people complete compulsory education and then get to the labor market as soon as possible. Or maybe you want to say, I really want everybody to get a higher rate, a higher educational attainment, because this will give them a better chance for a job. I don't know, it depends on priorities. So this graph does not show inherently bad news or good news, but it does tell you, by looking at these different results here, in which countries, learners are more likely to continue beyond compulsory education, and in which countries they're not. It also may mean that in some countries, for example, where almost nobody drops out and they all continue, that they don't know anything better. Maybe it's really not possible to find a job after compulsory education. Maybe they simply know that in this context, my family expects me to get a higher education degree no matter what, so I better stay in school even though I don't want to. We don't really know. Here it's again a mixed message, but I think it's a very important indicator, and what I'm trying to send here as a message is that an indicator like this is a very good proxy for tracking what does money buy. Does the compulsory education level motivate people, equip people sufficiently to let them stay until they get a higher educational attainment? Second question, okay, we saw that these big shares of spending on education in the previous graphs. The question is, okay, what exactly does this money buy in terms of the conditions for teaching and learning? And as you see, we didn't really square this, we did actually, but I don't want to show that. Whether countries that spend more tend to have less problems with the material base, or the other way around. This is like a bit of a shaky comparison. We do have, in the report we release, we have this dramatic type of graphs where, oh, you spend so much and you buy nothing. I don't want to show this here because I'm not quite sure that this is a very accurate speculation, but in any case, you see that we really have a very, very different situation across countries, but in most of them, like well above 30% of the, so just to explain where this comes from. This is based on the contextual questionnaire from PISA. The contextual questionnaire of PISA, as you know, probably asks principals of a representative sample of schools, both general education and VET, whether they think that problems, deficits in the material base are an obstacle to them doing their job, or teachers doing their job. Like a very simplified form. And so here you see that in these countries we have like above 30% of the principals, 30% of a representative sample of the schools in the country say we do have a problem with the material base. Big enough for this to be a problem for teachers and learners to do their job. So in this sense, spending a lot of money doesn't seem to be quite of a guarantee that the money also gets where it is most needed. So really, I think the message of this graph combined with the graph about spending is that we need to look into issues of efficiency. Not only how much money, but what you do that. I know that we've been saying this all the time. It's much easier said than done, but nothing has changed. I confirm 2025, the news is, it's all the same in 2025. This is our update. So here we have one more kind of a proxy for what does money buy. We're looking into whether the human resources, the allocation of human resources, the use of human resources, the way people in the system are managed, professionals in the system are managed, whether it's adequate. And we're also looking in the same, the professional capacity of school leaders. So the gray one shows you the adequacy of human resources in education and training. The orange one shows you the professional capacity of school leaders. And as you see, we have really extreme scenarios. In only very few countries, like for instance, Kyrgyzstan and Armenia, we have these two performance indices on the same level, which means that pretty much what the teachers do and can is comparable to what the school principals are, because also very often the school principals come from the teachers. So they were teachers before and then they become principals. In many countries you do have discrepancy. Either you have strong leadership, but then teachers who maybe are not on par with that, or maybe they are deficits, strong leaders who need to deal with problems in the area of human resources in their schools, or you have the opposite situation where you may have less problems regarding finding, allocating, managing teachers, but you may have issues with finding school leaders who can run a school like that. So this is, again, not a very balanced picture that we have here. And the last bit, okay, I know that we need to finish, right? Yeah, okay. Quality and relevance of learning. This graph is very, very busy. So I just want to check what will happen if I skip this graph on quality. No, I shouldn't skip the graph on quality, probably. Okay. So this graph on quality shows all kinds of, yeah, well, there's nothing really to say much here, nothing new. This graph shows you two things, maybe three, I don't know. You have youth and you have adults. Skills and competences, basic skills of competences for youth and adults. And in addition to that, you have basic skills and competences of youth and adults by gender. So I'm just going to talk about youth and adults because Simona will kill me, rightly so, if I go too much over time.
No,
so what you see here is a very interesting phenomenon, and initially we thought this must be a mistake in the kind of data we use. Probably is partially a mistake in the data we use, but this is the best data we can find. So you see here that in fact young graduates or people who are about to leave compulsory education are much less likely to have foundational skills and competences than the adults. This is kind of maybe counterintuitive because we would always think that the younger generations are better equipped, they have a better education, everything is better and so on and so on. But what you see here is that really in very many countries, adults are much more likely to have foundational skills and competences than people who are just leaving the schools. And one of the ways to explain this, possible way to explain it, is that in fact what the schools produce is never really enough, because most of these adults, they get their skills and what is needed after they left school when they entered the labor market. So I think here this is a story of how the labor market and employers tend to compensate for the deficits of the schools, of the vet providers very often. And so this is why when the time comes to track what actually adults know and can do, they have already been some time on the labor market and they had a chance to find real-life remedies for the deficits of their compulsory education, of their initial vet programs, and so on and so on. All of this is very aggregate. There are a lot of good news hidden in this slide, but yeah. And the last one I wanted to show is about system performance in the area of quality. This is the blue bar, and how strong the arrangements are for quality assurance. I mean, it's only fair if we talk about quality to ask, do countries have the tools? Are they really aware about this? Do they have a way to track what happens with quality and relevance in the education and training systems? And you see here that in most of the countries, system performance in the area of quality assurance is much stronger than the quality that the education and training system delivers, which means the problem we're dealing with is not whether you have enough rules, regulations, and mechanisms to ensure compliance with standards and stuff. The problem is that this may not be working well enough, because despite strong quality assurance arrangements, they are really mostly focused on compliance and not necessarily on improvement. And so all these strong arrangements in the area of quality assurance do not seem to deliver proportionate amount of quality, if you wish to say. So you see that system performance in the area of quality assurance is much stronger than the quality that these arrangements are supposed to deliver. I think it's a message more for my colleague Munir, who deals with quality assurance, that, you know, working only on quality assurance is a good start, but maybe it's not enough. That's all. I'll stop here, and there is interactive magic, which Simona will do to make you wake up. Some of you were awake. I don't know why. Maybe because they like my glasses or because I was looking at them all the time and they felt uncomfortable falling asleep.
Okay, first of all, I would say an applause to the dream team, actually, who actually guided us for actually 50 minutes of talking. You have a burning question, but I tell you how we will organize the questions, and then I come back to you, Habibti, okay? So, I would like to give to each table, each of you, kind of just 5 minutes to discuss together, because actually the bulk of knowledge that was shared here by the guys was quite big and heavy and important in terms of content. So if you have we would like to give you 5 minutes to discuss and to come up with either a question or a comment. And if you have a personal question, we will add it to your table. And in order to ensure, in order to ensure that you don't ask a question which will last forever, because we all know we all like talking, especially me. Actually, you have posted in the magic box. So you write your question here, which means that the question can be more than 10 words. There is a logic behind. You use the marker, you put the question or a comment or whatever you want just to give us as a feedback. By table, is it clear as an assignment even over there? Balkan table? Okay? Okay. So I give you 5 minutes, you discuss together and you come up with a comment, a question, and you actually write it here. And then someone of you will have to read it, that's for sure. Va bene? Okay, dai, 5 minutes from now, so you awake a bit, you get to know with the table, and then you come back to us. And actually, you will have somehow, Marco, Mihailo, Stefano, either you remain on stage or you are here just because they will be the ones to reply, not really me. Okay, Yalla, Aide, we go. Okay. Aspetta. Did you write the question? Did you write the question or the comment? Allora. Aspetta, I go here. Did you write did you come up with a question or a comment? Not yet? Ma. Once done, write in on the post-it, okay? In the big one, so you have more space. Mamma mia. Now you write it here, on the big one, with the marker. Ah, ok. No, perché bisogna... sì, certo che... Did you write the question, a BB table? Not yet, okay. Okay. You can even use the bigger one, so you have more space. You can use the marker, if you wish. Thank you.
We are not writing, we are paperless.
Oh, excuse me. Here we have a rebel table. All right then.
We can explain what we discussed.
Ah, ok, va bene. Ok, perfect. Eva. Eva. Balkan girls, all done? Okay. Okay, we give you 2 more minutes. You will reply from here. You will reply from... You will reply from here. Lo so che... Oh, who would like to start with a question or a comment? The guys here are quite scared because we noticed that you took it very seriously, this task, so nobody knows what are you going to comment or ask about. So who would like to start? Not all together, please. Okay, brava, you start. If someone can just, the microphone is on.
It's on. Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
We had a discussion about this, what we heard that basic skills and competencies of youth and adults differ in the favor of adults, like foundational skills or basic skills. Then we discussed it would be nice to know, if anybody knows, what were the difference between youth and youth at the same, let's in years of period of time, not between youth and adults, because adults had more time to upgrade, and it's kind of not that, you know, comparable. Then if we would know for the 10 years of the period of time, the youth and youth now, but the same tests, are they declining or improving? If you know. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes answer.
Thank you. So what you're asking is, why don't we simply use a good old tracer study instead of doing this kind of a fake magic with the tables? We have Eva in the back, and I know she knows about tracer studies much more than I do, and she's also, you know, working with many of you either now or she worked before on tracer studies. And we also had a discussion yesterday with Victoria from Ukraine about why does Ukraine have no tracer study, although they would like to have one. And so I think that what you're saying is very correct. If you really want to have this kind of, you know, a reliable statement about skills, and more about what you're asking is not so much about the statement about what the situation is now, but it's about trying to really justify or prove whether really it is the labor market experience of people that make them then acquire the foundational skills when they leave schools and they get on the job and so on. In order to prove that particular statement, you will need to have it's not only a tracer study, it's actually some kind of a longitudinal tracing. I don't really know. Eva, I don't know, you didn't really prepare to speak, I know, but you're there and you're dressed in this nice red thing, so, and you're under the lights. So when I look into the rear side of the room, I always kind of look first to you because you're like, you know, the anchor. Would you like to say, because I'm really not aware, but I just want to know whether having a tracer study and having the possibility to track a cohort over 10 or 15 years, this is not really one and the same, right? No. Okay, can we have a microphone just for a quick answer?
There is a microphone by table.
Okay, you can, maybe you can just say it because I tend to answer quickly all kinds of things and then they turn out to be, you know, not exactly a lie, but, you know, maybe you know better. Hmm?
Okay, I hope, yes, it works. Okay, thank you. So yes, indeed, we have worked with some of you on the issue of graduate tracking. Indeed, it's a big question, so we are also trying to see how to approach that. And I think, for example, here the issue of administrative data I would like to raise, because this gives us really big opportunity to really follow the same people for a long period. So I believe that some of you have already looked at this issue. This is also, let's say, approach that is promoted in many EU countries. So this gives really powerful results and can feed also what Mihailo is actually showing.
Thanks. So the answer to your question, yes. However, we unfortunately don't do this often enough. So the whole story, the main message behind these graphs, well, there are many main messages. One of the main messages also here, because the second part of this morning will be devoted to abusing or using this kind of indicator, composite indicator approach even more, for good or worse. The message here is, yes, it would be great to have longitudinal studies, it would be great to have tracer studies everywhere, but we don't have them. So what do we do in the meantime? Do we wait until Eva manages to travel to all countries and convinces everyone and also finds the money, because it's expensive affair to do this kind of stuff? Or do we try to somehow have a shortcut with all the trade-offs, which are that maybe it is not 100% reliable? And the shortcut we have is that we try to manipulate, but to make the most possible, up to the limit of the data we're collecting, which is ordinary, yes, administrative data that's already available in international repositories. So we're trying to somehow bypass the fact that tracer studies and information very often is not available by simply trying to mobilize the indicators we have and using them as proxies, saying, okay, this and this is not designed to track exactly that, but because there's nothing else, if we combine some of this together, we write a big footnote. I mean, actually, if you look at our reports, there are a lot of footnotes exactly because of that. A big footnote saying, yeah, this is not exactly this, but we don't have anything else. you combine things and you have some kind of a proxy for things that otherwise are not possible to track because there's no money, because there's no data, because there's no time, because people maybe don't want to know.
Okay, we still have 6 tables. So who would like to, please?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very clear and consistent.
Thank you.
So we are talking about the source of data that we used. We collect the data for UNESCO, PISA, etc. So, but for the report of 2025, we have talked about experts that he involved the reports, the questionnaires. Which experts were involved in filling out the questionnaires? We want to know. Is it from the country or UTF or another persons?
Yeah. So some of these, just to give a background so that also colleagues fully understand the question you're asking. The system performance indices we show, they're a combination of quantitative evidence, but where quantitative evidence is missing, we substitute the missing evidence with the results from an expert survey. When we say expert survey, by definition, expert survey means that you have identified an expert in a country, and then you rely on the judgment of that expert. This is different than what we did in 2023. In 2023, we had a very cautious, long, fragile process of asking official authorities to formulate responses to our questions. This was good because it gave legitimacy to the answers. It was also bad because it made the process, instead of lasting 2 months, it lasted 2 years, 1. And 2, very often the responses we received were biased. Either, funnily enough, either they were extremely critical, more critical than the country deserves, or they were very, very complimentary. And so this year in 2025, we said we want to do this as a technical exercise. Doing it as a technical exercise means we identify by looking at the CV of a person, of experts from the country, who has the profile, who can answer information about what are the latest laws, what are the latest policies, and so we asked the views of that expert. So we do not claim that these answers have been vetted or are the official position of the country. So this is a difference from 2023. So who is the expert in the case of your country? I'll have to open the computer and see who that is, but in order to avoid, yeah, and you have secret agent at your table who knows who that was, but I don't know by heart. In order to avoid difficulties, because of course we're quite aware that this, using national experts and having this as an expert survey, has a trade-off too. The trade-off is we'll be fast, we will get probably maybe not so biased information, but we will run into trouble with the authorities later on if the answers are not what authorities expect. So you can't do it right. Either you have a slow process, a risk of bias, but everybody's happy, and your information is pink or whatever positive color you have in your country, I don't know. Or you have a process which is fast, perhaps a little bit less biased, but it may lead to problematic results because the country may disagree. So 2023 we tried the first option, 2025 we tried the second option, and we're still expecting to see the heat coming our way, you know, when people are really upset. So far nobody has been too upset, but we'll see. So anyway, that's the answer. So we're very transparent about that. Who the expert is in your country is this, I think you gave an answer, right? This also is another source of problem because the expert we think is an expert looking at the CV may not be the expert that the minister would like to have. So it's a trade-off.
So basically, in a nutshell, the best is yet to come. Right.
The best is to have the data so that we don't. What we'll do in 2026, and I'm happy to have also Oliver Toshkovic here who is helping us. He will not talk about this today, but it's something we will do for the 2026 round. We'll try to find a way to merge better the quantitative evidence and the way we normalize the self-assessment responses from the questionnaire so that we become less reliable on the people, and we can inject a little bit also of weight or influence that comes from the area that we monitor itself. So we're trying to somehow, we'll try to balance the way we use this self-assessment score so that it doesn't depend that much anymore on whether the expert is critical or not. But it's a very imperfect way because we're missing data.
Next. You have a question here? Okay,
Yes.
just take the microphone. Yeah, even a comment, please. Take the microphone, thank you. And then down there, be ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think that there is a lot of efforts done concerning the collecting data, but how could we set a system for collecting data to be more generic and generalize it? Because I think the criteria is a little bit different between one country and the other. And
Yeah, I fully...
and how can we measure them as well?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
I realize I'm speaking all the time, but there's also my colleague, and not only doesn't he not speak, I also turn my back to him, and I'm continuing like so. So it's really not a very fair
But
approach.
Stefano was still smiling, so...
Just...
I didn't hear the question very well.
Okay,
no, sorry, can you
I can
just...
start responding, and this will inspire you
Okay,
to give your response. It's a very tricky question. So how to ensure that we all sort of mean the same and sort of have the same while still accounting for the fact that countries are different, may have different priorities, may have different contexts and so on. And so before, 5-10 years ago, I would have readily told you, you know, if you work with us, the internationals, and we define the international standards for data collection, and we define the indicators, and we tell you how to do the evidence collection, that's perfectly fine. That's all you need to do. Just listen to us, deliver the data, and we're going to have a perfectly reliable picture of what's happening. Now, I'm not very sure that this is true, for two reasons. First, if you do this kind of a big international thing, you really lose a lot of detail. So that's the first trade-off. The second trade-off is that, in my experience, what we on the international side define as requests and indicators sometimes is really very fantastic. It really is. First, it's not possible to collect. We have had this experience when we included 5 EU countries in our evidence collection for the monitoring we did in the Union for the Mediterranean. Yes, of course, EU countries have more data, but they also are missing data because the stuff that we request is simply impossible. And so what is the way forward? I really don't know, but one of the speculations we had while driving with Stefano to Milan in the car was that maybe if we keep on doing this fora and we use them to communicate on perhaps more exotic topics, such as data misinterpretation in the afternoon, maybe the next year we should discuss the role of international organizations in creating data gaps. Because I do think that we have a much bigger role in creating problems with evidence than we want to admit. I don't think we have ever really discussed this properly.
Okay.
So, I don't have an answer to your question, but I acknowledge that it's very important.
Stephanie would like to add shortly something?
Very shortly. Yes, I can talk. Now, very shortly, yes, I agree with Mihaly, simply saying that we are fully aware of that. We are not scientists counting molecules or something that is clearly defined. Especially when we talk about the education systems, it's part of, we are aware that every country has its own definition, struggles, and way of organizing things. And it's part of the answer of why we created also the sister performance in this software process, not only relying on a quantitative indicator already available. I mean, we try to do it as much as possible, but we are aware that for many topics it's just impossible to have data quantifiable. So we use also the questionnaires.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions from the other tables? Okay, we have Balkan tables, and then we come to Eva's table.
Our question is related to region results that were presented on the presentation. Actually, you presented results by region and by individual countries. And the question is how much individual country results have influence on the region results, and what kind of approach we could use to avoid misinterpretation in that case.
Which interpretation do you mean, just to understand?
Because we have 5 countries.
Yes. And
in one region.
Yes.
And if one or two have, let's say,
pull the average down, for example.
Yes, and that could influence on the region results and maybe the picture of the region.
Clear. Very clear. Yeah.
Okay.
I can try to answer. So in general, we try to avoid averages when you use standard quantitative indicators. So I hope we didn't do it in these slides, but we don't, like for example, show the average employment rate of a specific region. Because in order to do that, we need to do calculation that we don't have the data and the means to do it. We should look into the microdata of each country, weighted by the populations. We don't have this. So we just did it, I think, in these slides as a very simple average of the country results for when we look into availability, I think. And so availability of indicators, here we had a regional average. And when we had an average of the system performance indices. One could argue that even there we should take into account weighting populations because, for example, in Western Balkan regions, we have this acronym called SEAT, and we put together one country is Montenegro with Turkey that is 100 times bigger, I don't know. So, but here we did it regardless because we put together some information that is qualitative also. So it's more like you can see this 0 to 100 evaluation partially as a qualitative assessment, so not something completely quantifiable. So that's why we decided to do an average.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just to say that in the reports we have, we never show only the regional averages, they're always the countries. We actually have an issue with the regions also that goes beyond the risk of some countries pulling down the average or pushing it up, right? And the problem is that we have defined these regions a little bit based on I don't know what, yeah? And I see also that because the situation in the world is changing so much, geopolitically as well, that some of our regions are de facto disintegrating in front of our eyes. For instance, we used to have something called Eastern Partnership region. We still have it, kinda, but not really, because we can't work with some countries. Other countries don't feel like they belong to that. So it's really very complicated. You're also in Southeast Europe. Why it's Southeast Europe and Turkey? It's great to have all these countries together, but the context is so different. Also in Central Asia. I mean, we have Central Asia, but it's a very Eurocentric perspective because we are here, and for us, Central Asia is equally far. You need to fly through Istanbul always to get there. It takes hours and so on, but if you are in the region itself, perhaps country, Kazakhstan, does not want to be compared with Kyrgyzstan, but some other country, just like Kyrgyzstan may want to be compared to something else. But I don't know, there's a colleague from Uzbekistan here. Maybe Uzbekistan wants to compare to a completely different set of countries than to the ones we put them in. So the definition of region is problematic. It's problematic also in ETF. I think it has an operational dimension, but I think that we are looking towards a future where we're going to be using this less and less because it's also risky.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to speak in Russian?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that we all have to wear this. Remember the jack in it and you switch it on. See, English number 1.
Да, добрый день, коллеги. Значит, у нас это, опять же, основывается на опыте различных аналитических таких докладов. Хотелось бы автору задать такой вопрос. Обеспечивается ли сравнение методологии по показателям? Таким образом, это было бы корректно сравнивать страны между собой. Соответственно, предусматриваются ли какие-то описания метаданных по показателям, в конце, например, этого аналитического документа? Спасибо.
Very good question. Thank you. I'll respond in English. I had my share of Russian speaking yesterday during the dinner, and I think I fulfilled the quota for the next 6 months. And the problem with the Russian is I really, I understand very well, but when I speak, there are good days, and bad days. And I think that today in the morning is a bad day because I did not have enough coffee.
And
so
also in English will be very concise.
yes.
Right?
Thank you. I
Okay.
understood the message. The approach we have, and I'm speaking here under the supervision of Stefano and Doriana, in fact, and Marco too, is that we only work with indicators which come from international repositories such as UNESCO, the World Bank, for PISA from the OECD. And so when we talk about comparisons, we never compare countries and different indicators at the same time. We always take the same indicator and then we look across countries. So we count on this coming from international source, that the definition is the same, the way it is collected is the same, and so this is why we assume it's comparable. I know that in reality, it's not always like that, but we can't really afford to go into contextual difficulties where countries may say, there are also discussions with UNESCO very often, right? They have one indicator, country says you didn't collect it properly and so on. So I know that there's a lot of tension between the internationally comparable data and what countries do nationally, but we work only with international indicators, and so we assume that they're per definition comparable. I don't know whether this makes sense. In addition to the fact that already UNESCO and World Bank and all the others have defined what these indicators are, whether we need to replicate once more the definition of indicators in our reports, because for us it's much easier to simply link, if you have an indicator so-and-so from UNESCO, you just link to the UNESCO database and it's there. And many of our indicators are actually very ordinary. There's nothing really very exotic there. What is more problematic, I think, but then again, I leave this to colleagues who know better the labor force surveys. The labor force surveys come directly from the countries, right? But they also are collected according to strict standards, so we also assume that this is comparable. And so in this way, none of these indicators is custom-made or strictly national. And so this is why we don't really have extra section in the reports explaining this. But if you feel that this would make sense, we can probably put an annex, but it will essentially be a link to the big repositories that we're using, OECD, UNESCO.
Anything to add?
Very quickly, yes. It's just a way to monitor and evaluate equally all the countries. It's not a purpose of comparing from a point of view of competition. We put like a ranking, this country is better or the other, because like we said also before, even if we try to do that, there are many other considerations that are hidden behind this data that we cannot evaluate. But to give a very simplistic and stupid example, if we want to ask you how many apples we have by country, we just want to ensure that we are counting apples. We are not comparing or putting like a competition. This country has way more apples than the other. It's just to ensure that
if we have time,
we are
we
counting
can do
apples.
just one question with the green and the red. Otherwise,
we have a reaction to the, and then we still have to finish 2 tables. Microphone should be on, actually.
You want to respond? Sorry, there was a response from the lady.
There is a, just wait a second, we have a response from the table who asked the question, please. It should be switched on.
Да, вот включен. Опять же, это исходя из опыта, все-таки предлагаем рассмотреть вариант приложения, где бы были источники. Спасибо.
Можно еще один момент? Я хотела продолжить. Можно, да?
Да.
Добрый день. Я хотела просто мысль коллеги продолжить о влиянии вот этих вот международных исследований на формирование нашей собственной оценки, да, как бы эффективности. Допустим, национальной методики оценки того или иного вопроса. Вот просто продолжить мысль Евы о том, что в странах Центральной Азии, в частности вот в Казахстане, было вот это отслеживание выпускников, да, методология. Значит, по итогам мы, конечно же, поняли, по каким бы образовательным программам хотели бы наши студенты ТИПО, технического профессионального образования, учиться. Затем мы по итогам отслеживания выяснили, сколько процентов там трудоустраиваются, да, допустим, влияние дуального обучения на саму эффективность трудоустройства выпускников. То есть вот мы стараемся, конечно же, на основе этих международных исследований формировать свою собственную программу, да, свою, внедрить современные инструменты оценивания. Тут тоже хотелось бы как бы по итогам вот всех этих получить какие-то конкретные рекомендации по внедрению, хотя, естественно, мы международный опыт учитываем, но все равно хотелось бы какие-то конкретные предложения по инструментам оценивания получить.
Noted.
Okay, спасибо. So we had a comment from there, and then we just go to the last two tables. Yes, is it a comment linked to this part?
Yes.
Okay, very
it's a
short,
comment.
please.
Yes,
Thank you.
I have to support the previous colleagues' discussions because of the methodology. I'm Albania to present, so.
Okay.
So, for the methodology of all the evaluation is very important. In fact, this kind of evaluations in our countries are referred. So we have to be sure on the data collection, on the methodology, because as far as we have a statistical office in the country that are responsible for the official statistical data, it's better to have as a referment to have the statistical office data in the evaluation. It's my opinion, and it's an institutional opinion, in fact, because this kind of situation is also with other evaluation countries like OECDs and other institutions that usually use the data that refers to other international institutions,
yes.
but we have a country statistical office.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we refer to a methodology, we follow a methodology, standardized methodology, standards for...
Fully agree. Just
Thank you.
one thing that I want to share, maybe you can help me then later or not now, is that we are aware of that, and we have tried to incorporate a slightly wider selection of indicators in the template that we use to collect the KIESE data. You have the LFS part of the template, which you know, and there I think we fully rely on the national statistical offices. However, also the national statistical offices are not created equal. And within the national statistical offices, you have really departments which are stronger and weaker. And so the phenomenon we observed is that if we try to expand the requests so that we cover more of this information from national sources, we run into all kinds of difficulties because, for instance, in some countries, the colleagues in charge of LFS are strong and they respond. In other countries, those responsible for education and training say, what do you want? I don't know, I don't want, go to somewhere else. And so if we would fully try to base this on the willingness and capacity of national statistical offices to deliver information, we're going to have very different results by area, thematic area, depending on how well the statistical office works. And so this is another challenge that we need to request. So next time, when we send the template and there is an education template to it, I'm going to remind you, give us the education information too, don't send us to the Ministry of Education. So it's very, very, we would like to do that, and in 2026 we'll try again, but it's a two-way street, and I think that we're going to learn, us, the ETF, we'll have to learn to deal with this diversity, which I don't think we're well equipped to deal with, because so far we have had a very strong focus on the LFS only, which is good. If we want to go and do some kind of a presentation like that based on other areas too, this is when it starts to become very colorful, very diverse, very challenging.
Okay, if it's a very quick comment, because I have to pass the floor to the other two tables. 2 seconds. Aide. The microphone should be placed in the middle of the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Lucine. I represent Armenia, Statistical Committee of Armenia. So in terms of statistical offices, I just want to reflect what said by the Albanian colleague. As a statistician, I think that usually we talk about the burden to not provide the same indicator many
Yes,
organizations.
applausi! You can go ahead. I see. Thank you so much. And I see the gentleman over there. Yes, it's working. Please.
Okay. I would like to thank ETF for inviting me to this conference, this workshop. And I have questions. how to overcome the skills gap among vocational education graduates, because we need, I think we need a directory for the skills for all graduates for education, vocational education system.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that the guys who are sold PISA to us are also the guys who are now trying to develop PISA for VET, trying to answer this question. How can we have the same stick for different tracks, for different students, for different types of providers? There is a big challenge with that, and this is why the information we have in the area of quality of learning outcomes is the most difficult area to track somehow. And the challenge is that when it comes to VET, there are these two schools of thought, I think. One is that they say you should track basic skills and competences irrespective of whether this is general education or VET. This is what PISA does. Others, mostly from Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, would tell you, no, this is not good enough. You need to be VET specific, you need to be program specific. And so we are developing PISA for VET, which means that we are doing years of testing for different subjects, which means that by the time you cover course selection of subject in VET with the PISA survey is going to probably take you 15 years, by which time we all will forget what we're talking about. So you have this kind of a really big challenge. If you want to measure it in the same way, what do you do? Do you focus on a narrow selection of competences you want to test for everyone, no matter where they are, or do you want to become more specific, program specific? And so this is a debate that's ongoing. I know that the colleagues from the OECD right now are really working very hard on developing PISA for 3 or 4 specific programs. We'll see where this goes, but I think the next few years are going to see this kind of a question and debate come up much more prominent than now, because they'll start to test this approach and all that. So it's, remember your question, ask it again next year. That's pretty much what I can say.
Thanks a lot. Do we have a question from the last table, or we can consider this session done? Done?
Done.
Okay, so I would say that in the last 5 minutes, Mihailo will just guide us through the super last 2 free slides, and then we will move to the coffee break.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, thank you all. It has been a pleasure. Go ahead.
Thanks. So just to tell you what we're doing in 2026, and the reason why we have this slide here is because we learned that perhaps we're not as transparent as we wish or should be. And one of the few occasions when we tell you what we do is when it has already happened, and which is probably not good enough. So we want to tell you what we do before it happens to see whether you'll react. If you don't react, next year you can't say we didn't tell you. So what we're about to do in 2026 is very similar to what we have been doing in 2025. And that is basically that we will, in the beginning of the year, reassess whether the areas we want to monitor are still okay, based also on the feedback of the day-to-day, based on the bilateral interactions we have with you and so on. Then we need to see whether the thematic areas we want to monitor, which probably remain more or less the same, whether the indicator choices we have in the long KIESE list are still okay. So we'll reassess that. We will try not to change too much because as also Lucina said, first asking the same things over and over again is not nice, but also having radically new things every time is also not nice. So we'll try to be very conservative with the indicator updates. We also will reassess what kind of questions we ask in the Torino Process questionnaires. This is the questionnaires that you commented on and which help us fill the gaps, because in 2026, and here Filippo can say more, is that we're going to use this tool of the questionnaires to add on elements. So there will be additional collection on VET specifically. We call this NIVET. Some people maybe still remember. We also will use this to collect information on the active labor market policies through this channel too. So the Torino Process questionnaires are going to become slightly broader. Do you want to say something about NIVET? No. Yes, no.
It's something that we used to do it in the past, is administrative data collection. So we collect information on how many students, how many dropouts, how many students per subject, per curriculum. It allows us to cross-check with the skills intelligence information we have. So we have both sides of the same coin. and we can make interesting analysis. The information on the active labor market measures, again, is administrative data collection. We collect information on how many people goes through training, wage subsidies, or basically ask the country to provide us all the data for us, and there's also allow us to provide then policy advice. The active labor market measures, we are already doing it. The NIVET, the one on education, we stopped for, I think, 10 years. Yeah. But the idea is that we continue to collect them on a regular basis.
Yep. The reason why I also have this slide is because I think there is a little bit of a confusion, which probably is created by us, about what happened to the Torino process, what exactly is KIESE, did the Torino process die, or is it continuing, what are you doing, you know? And so this here is just to once again reiterate the message that first came in 2023, that we have divided the Torino process in two parts. There is the monitoring part and the policy classic part, if you wish. And so we have brought an element of the Torino process much closer to the KIESE list. So we're using the KIESE list in order to compile the system performance indices, the compilation of the system performance indices, data plus questionnaires. This is the monitoring strand of the Torino process. The Torino process is alive and well, just it mutated. It mutated again. I don't know whether it's a mutant or it mutated into some kind of a superhero, I really don't know. But we are trying to do this. Yeah, it's the third year and we'll continue doing this. So basically, Torino process continues and it is here. This Torino process questionnaires, as you can see, they have a multiple function, and because the channel works very well and we have the resources, we are starting to load them with more and more expectations. But we'll continue with that. So there'll be the monitoring strand of the Torino process, which is done by us. And after we have defined the areas and revised the indicator list, we have to calibrate how we calculate the system performance indices to avoid these bias risks and issues to the extent possible. And in answering to your question, who is your expert? Why is he like, who? How does he know? How does she know? So this calibration of the system performance indices work we'll do before we start the next round of monitoring 26. Then we'll do the evidence collection in 26. We'll do the same analysis and reporting. Next year, I'm not really sure we'll have a forum because ETF wants to organize a big corporate conference. If we're lucky and if we have the resources, we may have a room like this for us in the course of this corporate conference. So we'll try to get you on board back to back, front to front, whatever, I don't know, side to side. I never really understood that. Anyway, so we're going to try to get you again next year. And then for those who really miss the Torino Process Classic, the way we know it from 2010, we do have a strand open for that. So 1 or 2 countries per year can do the Torino process as you remember it, the in-depth, more qualitative sort of work, which we have done with Egypt, we have done this with Bosnia, we have done this with Georgia, with Armenia. So this is, again, alive and well. And this is a separate strand, and we're going to do also some new things. You're going to hear this after the coffee break. We want to work on yet one more index. This is a fashionable skills gap index. We're going to have this discuss the NIVET collection, and we probably will try to integrate some new thematic areas to see how it works. One of them is about integrity in education and VET. We have some requests to work a little bit more on inclusiveness in VET and other topics which you may consider important. I stop, I finish, over to you.
Bravissimo. Applauso. Applauso. Okay, so the good news, I always come with good, you see, I tried not to be nice, no? To use, it works, isn't it? So, actually, we now have a coffee break for half an hour. So when you will listen the music coming up, it means that you will have to come back. So don't make me take you physically back. So when you hear the music coming up, it's time to come back. And in between, during the break, actually, we have the pleasure also today to have a journalist with us, which is Nick. So if you see this guy approaching you, he's amongst the gang. He's amongst the ETF gang. Don't be worried. You might be approached, and also we'll ask also the photographer to come take a photo during the interview. We just also want to collect some of your voices, thoughts, hints, and suggestions. And that's it from my side. Thank you so much for everyone, to you for your really comprehensive contribution. And we go to the coffee break, Italian coffee break. Enjoy. I wait for you in half an hour. Thank you. Musica.
but you just don't understand. Girl, you've been charging by the hour for your love. I've tried to show how much I love you, still believing in romance. You're taking way too many chances without love. I remember when you used to be the talk of the town. All you get is lonely. I turn your love around. Don't you turn me down. I can show you how. Turn your love around. Without the woman I can make it, but I need the girl to stay. Oh, don't you let the lady take it all away. With a woman need to taste of yesterday. He stays at home, all they get is lonely. I turn your love around. Don't you turn me down. I can show you how. Turn your love around. Oh, girl, you know me. And I'm alone until you show me that you're still in love with me. We're gonna make it. We're gonna take it back where we belong. Turn your love around. Turn your love around. Don't you turn me down. I can show you how. Turn your love around. Turn your love around. This kind of girl became a woman. Don't you turn me down. Every woman needs a man. I can show you how. I love the girl, I love the woman. Turn your love around. Turn your love around. This kind of girl became a woman. Don't you turn me down. Every woman needs a man. I can show you how. I love the girl, I love the woman. Turn your love around. Turn your love Ladies and gentlemen, you see this cat here? That's Larry LaFresco, the original, cool, highly
Hands of Mihailo. So, but before we start, just to also to triple check if where is the photographer? Ah, okay. No, if he can come a second. And actually, you see that you have on your table these two cards, red and green. Do you see them? Can you take them? can you take them in your hands? Just a second. Okay, so green is for yes, and red is for no. Mihailo, do we have a question for the group before we start, or do we want to know something from them? It was prepared, by the way. But
Yeah.
okay.
What did we want to know?
Allora, first of all, let's start with a very simple question. Giuliano, vieni qui, Habibi. So you take the picture. Allora, very simple question. Did you enjoy the coffee break? Raise the green for yes. Because no one knows. We take the picture, no one knows if it was a very important question or not. Wow, you see? Everyone raising the green. It's a success by itself. Okay. And now we ask perhaps a more, how to say?
So the question is passport for ETF meeting. No, I think this is not what I was supposed to say. The passport is here.
Oh, mamma mia. Okay, so.
And now the truth is that we are very well prepared. And we had a discussion yesterday evening, and we agreed on all kinds of wonderful things. However, I don't remember anymore what I was supposed to ask now.
No, vabbè. Allora, what shall I say to this guy?
I'm totally lost.
So we do like this. I would propose like this. At least we familiarize all with the use of the two cards, which are, this is a traffic light, as it's called. One is for yes, one is for no. We go into the session, and within the session, I expect that you surprise me.
And remember.
You remember?
You'll be surprised.
And you will ask questions to our participants, okay? So I leave in the wise hands of Mihailo for the session number 2, and I will be just here to keep the time. So I'm still here, okay? Floor is yours.
Thank you. So with this big responsibility, I guess I'll be very distracted while moderating, because I'll be very hard trying to remember what is the green-red question we agreed I should ask right after the coffee break. I do remember what we hoped to achieve with that question. I forgot it was to wake you up, to give you the false impression that you're involved and that we care, which is true, all of this, but I don't really remember. I don't really remember what it was, so I'll try to, yes, there's the right, yes. I think that it was something with red that you're kicked out, and with green you can stay on board, but I really will try to remember while moderating. I'm going to fail, I can also declare immediately. Second session is about news. What does it mean, news? It means that essentially we thought if we would stop at just telling you what we found last year, it's somehow too much backwards oriented. So we wanted also to somehow discuss first what happens next, but also to see what is happening on your side, whether there are any updates that you would like to share. We do have some countries that volunteered to tell us or update us of what is happening on their end, what has been happening in this past year. Before we do that, however, we also have one part of the session reserved for updates from our side. As you have seen, we are misusing the system performance index to the maximum. Because we started liking doing that, we thought, let's maybe think of one more index somehow. And so the index that we want to start working on is called the Skills Gap Index. Now, why do we sort of want to discuss this at all? Is because, how to say, probably you have had this experience where you're in the room and then you have the education people on one side, the employers on the other, the confederation of this or that on the third. And when it comes to the discussion of what to do and what is not working well, people tend to start blaming each other. So the employers say, your schools deliver, I don't know, not what we need. The education people say, you never say what you need. The Confederation of Employers says something else. So they all have some sort of a perspective on reality, and it's kind of a blame game. You know, employers say you're not fast enough, the vet school says you don't understand what we do, and all that. And so we thought, is there any way where we can somehow facilitate a dialogue by creating a common stage on which this discussion could take place? And because we are not in the business of building stages, we're also not, mediators for peace or anything like that. We work with evidence. So we thought perhaps one way to help facilitate this dialogue is to focus the attention of evidence collection on something where, per definition, we force or we look into both sides of this exchange, the side where the skills are being delivered and the side where they're being actually used. And this is like the main intention behind the Skills Gap Index, to somehow have a piece of information that we can collect regularly, which could deliver something for everyone. Imagining this table where you have the employers and the education people together, and they sort of, instead of blaming each other, they may have some kind of a piece of evidence that they could start their discussion with. And so the Skills Gap Index, the idea behind is that we tell you about it now. We have not developed it yet. We are just starting. We want to sort of just tell you what is our thinking about that, gather your feedback, and then if everything works well, we will invest the next months in developing this and prototyping it, piloting it, so that perhaps at this time next year we will have some first results to share, if it works out. So this is really just a very preliminary discussion. We did take a decision that we will develop something, but what exactly it looks like, we have a proposal. And my colleague Elma, who is coordinating this work on our end, is going to share some more ideas about the Skills Gaps Index. And then we will also have, in the second part of that little slot, we have our colleague Oliver Toshkovic, who will tell you a little bit more about how we did the Skills System Performance Index, because we want to apply the same tricks, the same solutions when we're developing the SGI. Anyway, Elma, the floor is yours. Tell us more about this miraculous thing we want to develop. Yeah, you can go there. I think it's better. And a microphone, maybe? Ah,
okay, so I use this.
Do you want to move
Hello.
around?
It's okay, also here.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to introduce the ETF Skills Gap Index. So, as Mihailo mentioned, in this session, we will simply introduce the concept of this new ETF Skills Gap Index, and also try to get some feedback and some views from you while we start this journey to create this index. So now we are at the starting phase. So in this presentation, I'll briefly take you through the background and the context of how this index came about. Then we will go into on what is the scope of the index, what it tries to capture, how we define it. And then my colleague Oliver will continue with explaining a bit more about what is the methodology we plan to use, and show a bit the example of how we plan to use the SPIs for also methodology for also this index. I mean, as you may know, the skills gap is a persistent challenge that is always heard about in most countries. Even depending on their level of development, it doesn't matter. So we see it in developed countries and not so developed countries. So it's something that is very broad. Also, we see that the skills gaps, they limit productivity, innovation, and employability. When education and labor market systems, they fail to keep pace with the changing economic needs. So we thought that addressing this requires an integrated approach that looks at the entire skills ecosystem. So the ETF Skills Gap Index is this initiative which offers a concise and comparable overview of how far countries are from meeting their skills needs. Then also, while there are existing measures which already somehow measure some areas or somehow the skills gap index, we saw that they tend to look at parts of the skills gap in isolation. So what we also try to do is try to look at to bringing all these pieces together and to make the interaction between education, training, and labor market dynamics more visible. So therefore, with the index, we attempt to try and capture a more integrated view of the whole ecosystem around the skills gaps context. We hope that this skills gap index will provide a shared evidence-based for policy dialogue across the different countries and across, also as Mihailo mentioned, the education stakeholders as well as the employment side stakeholders. We hope that we will be able to see better where the challenges lie, so going deeper than on the either education side or, for instance, in the use of the skills, so where exactly do these challenges lie. And then hopefully this will provide a concise and comparable snapshot that will support peer learning and the monitoring of progress across countries. Now, to have a look at this, the scope and focus through this scheme structure of kind of to visualize how we see the skills gap index. So usually when we talk about the skills gap, we immediately think this mismatch in jobs. So while that information, of course, is crucial, we wanted to look also at the ecosystem around the skills gaps, so not only that specific focus. So we look at the two sides of this gap. So we have on the one side, the one that is more overall studied, which is the employers, the labor market, the demand side, which generates so the demand for the skills and creates the conditions for using them effectively. However, we also want to focus a bit further on the other side, which are the people who bring the skills into the labor market. So learners, graduates, the workers who went through education and training, so those who are entering the labor market. Furthermore, we also want to look at this readiness, which can be these mechanisms. So to look at the institutional linkages that connect education, training, and different areas of this system. So what we want to look at a bit deeper for all these different sides that I mentioned. So for instance, in this skills demand side, for instance, we could look at the skills relevance and utilization, inclusion and participation, so if there is inactivity or effectiveness of public employment services and so on. On the other side, then, we also want to look, for instance, at the inputs that come from the education system going into then the labor market. So, for instance, investment in education, and then also learning infrastructure, but also at the output side, so for instance, quality of learning outcomes. So this is what we want to look like, just some examples of when we go deeper into both sides of this skills gap. And also for these institutional linkages, we wanted to look, for instance, at the work-based learning frameworks or career guidance arrangements, and so on. So we want to then unpack all these sides to see where there is misalignment and to see then if there is behind this skills gap, if there are many little gaps in these different areas. So we want to have this holistic view to see the whole ecosystem and at the same time have kind of a specific and zoom in on the both areas of the skills gap to go a bit deeper. So based on this overall structure, we came up with this, we have this definition. So, I mean, as you may see, the ETF Skills Gap Index is a composite measure that quantifies how far countries are from the base of the skills they need to support socioeconomic development. So we want to do so by tracking the distance to benchmark through several dimensions. So as I mentioned, it can be, for instance, the use and matching of skills in the economy, for instance, the capacity to develop skills, or the extent of skills development and attainment. Then, as Mihailo said, this is still at the beginning phases of this work, so this will be further developed. It will become more detailed. We will also see specifically which indicators we will be using, and all these areas and dimensions will be defined to then come up with a result on the ETF skills gaps. So this will be a work going until into the next year. And then, how could we measure the skills gap? So we already have planned to use similar, this is an idea that we could use to measure the gap through the system performance indexes methodology. So we already have experience with this. I mean, as you already saw a bit in the previous session, but also Oliver will be presenting to you a bit further this methodology. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for being courageous enough to go into the high grass, because there are no roads there. You see, the problem with this, not the problem, but the challenge with the idea is that if you see, while Oliver is warming up, if you see this here, there are two things that I wanted to say. One is that we have a lot of discussion about gaps that focus on the mismatch. So there are very strong methodologies to tracking mismatch, skills mismatch. And there is a lot of discussion on that. So this is the standard, typical angle when we talk about skills gaps. But however, we realize that by the time you have a mismatch, there are many steps before that, many responsibilities that may have been failed or worked well before you arrived at the situation of mismatch. And so we wanted to give somehow an opener, an interface for the different players in the skills ecosystem to recognize what is their responsibility, contribute to the gap, and how can this be better. So if you are from the point of view of somebody who decides where to invest the money for skills, you would like to know not only when the mismatch is happening, because you need to go backwards and see where did it come from? Is it the education system failing? Is it somehow these enablers here, the career guidance or the work-based learning failing? So where is it? And so we thought that populating this with a little bit more details would help to have a slightly more precise measure, but also it will help to address more of the stakeholders involved. So we're not talking only to the mismatch people, we're talking also to the education people, to the employers and so on. So this is really the idea behind. Before I give the word to Oliver, I wanted to ask you first, considering that this is the conceptual part only, so the idea behind, before we go into the very important question, can you actually pull this off? Because it's very nice to say fantastic things about what we want to monitor, but how do you do that? You know, where do you get the evidence? What kind of tricks are you going to do? So before we go into that, just quickly to open for a few minutes, is there anybody who feels the urge to say something about the concept itself? The fact that it's not just the skill, the mismatch, it's really trying to sort of cover with one index the entire ecosystem. I see a hand raised. Go ahead, because then we go into very specific things which are really like showing you how this could work, discussing with you how it could work, but the conceptual part first, perhaps. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's working? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we know, I mean, the perfect presentations. I will be straight. When we talk about ecosystem and all the investments in our countries for years on that, let's call it, because for here we are, for this we are here. Who defines the mismatch? I mean, how you get, how we feed our data with this lacking of skills. It's world of work, it's companies. How much they know about this mismatch, how much we as a country, starting from my country, we inform or we involve them on this kind of work, joint. here, I don't know how many of us we are from World of Work or companies or association of businesses, or because somehow we are putting too much pressure on our teachers, on our students,
Absolutely.
with career guidance, with that. But still, when they go there, it's mismatch. I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm hearing in my country for 20 years now that your curriculums are not in line with
Yep.
labor market, and
Yep.
that is skills
Yep.
mismatch.
Yep.
But they have to be involved, and I hope to see, because
Sorry,
till now I didn't see some data from them. I'm sorry to say, but they have to be part of this if they want the right or good labor force. So maybe it's later, sorry, but I mean, I think that when we talk about ecosystem, we have to involve all. It cannot be the ecosystem made only from, I mean, what we see in this, even that it's mobilization, okay, who is that? Who, I mean, are we tired of trying to mobilize our vet schools, our vet institutions, our ministries, but where's the ones that say you're not good? I mean,
Yep.
it's just...
This is precisely the
Sorry,
intention behind
Mihailo,
that.
just Valbona from Ministry of Education, Kosovo.
Sorry.
No, so everyone knows you now.
Yes,
To make
thanks.
you popular.
Dushan was saying that maybe we can know who is speaking, and you're right. We missed this chance in the beginning, but now we're introducing a novelty. In the novelty session, say who you are, guys, because I know many of you, some other people know other people, but we kind of... Thanks. So look, the idea that what you're sharing here, the frustration, in fact, is a frustration we share too, depending on whether you work more on the education side or on the labor market side. You may have frustration with the other side. So what we're trying to do with this is really to see, can we have metrics that allow us to track the contribution of all these players, including the employer side. It's very tricky, because if you go for the mobilization here and you talk about mismatch, the kind of instruments and solutions we have to track mismatch are very laborious, very expensive, very slow. I don't know whether we'll be able to pull this off. We need to see with the selection of indicators we'll have, whether we can have a quick fix that can be done every year and that really is balanced, so that we don't end up having an overpopulation of indicators on the input side for education and we completely forget to track what is happening on the employer side. So this discussion, how to have the balance and how to have a message or ask about the responsibility of each side, is something that is central to this idea. There are a lot of hops where we can fail. One of them is, like I said, selection of indicators. We tend to have more here than here. So we need to be very, very cautious of exactly this balance, because I don't think it solves anything to simply go to the schools and continue saying, you must do different, you must do different. Very often it's not about what they do. It's about all the peripheral agencies that deciding how quickly it takes to adjust the VET program. Are you free to do things? They're not free. And so, of course, that employers need skills, and it takes 3 years before that program is adjusted. This is a lost cause. It's not about what the schools could do. It's about what schools are allowed to do. So it's a very complex discussion, and I do think that on the employer side we can do more. So I fully agree, and we'll try to balance this. I don't know whether we'll manage, but noted what you said.
Sorry, but I really have to add something else. They don't want complicated processes. We know that, because they are, it's business. I mean, they run after us, we run after them. I mean, they are always before us on everything. But together we can find a way.
Right.
We can find a way. We have some good experiences. I mean, so we can find a way. So, but they must be part of the responsibilities. I mean.
Thank you. Any other reactions to the concept part before we hand over? Silence. Silence probably means you're confused, but you're confused on a higher level. This is already progress. It's okay. Good. I will not be too democratic. I think sometimes it's better to simply go ahead and leave democracy for a little bit later, because we'll be running out of time. Thanks, Elmo, once again. You can stay here or go to the table. You're absolutely free now. We now hand over to Oliver. You have this clicker for old people. There are only 2 buttons. Forward and backward. You have a laser too if you want to laser something. I just discovered it right now. And so we need to probably advance to the slides that are yours.
which means how we measure the skill.
I can do it, that's me.
Okay, you can do it now. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Oliver from the University of Belgrade. Just to give you a brief idea, continuing to this question, at least my kind of a point of view that we are actually, what we're doing, also what we did with the SBIs, is to develop a measure. Would that measure be a good one? It actually depends on what you asked. Would that measure be a useful, beside it's a good one or not, it's another one. It's like GDP. I mean, GDP is something that you can measure the progress of the country, but we always forgetting that the GDP is not one thing. It's actually a set of indices or measures which can be calculated on various ways. Do you correct it for the purchase power of your people or not, and so on and so on. So that's actually the ideas behind all this. I hope we will make it. So what are the SPIs? A brief anecdote, when I started working in PISA in 23 years ago, I was shocked with the number of abbreviations. So one of the meetings we had actually, there was a manual and the first 2 pages were the abbreviations. And one colleague from Sweden stood up and said, please, in the name of all of us, just don't use abbreviations anymore because it's hard to learn them. So, but there is another one, SPIs. It's a system for performance indices. When it came to me, the idea was to track these. It started from several areas. Access, quality, or system organizations, and each area was broken in several dimensions, like access and participation, quality, excellence, innovation, responsiveness, and steering and resourcing, of course. So we broke areas into dimensions, then further on, to reach the indicators, we continued breaking them, and we actually started with 189 indicators developed. We actually took the existing data, as you probably know, just to remember, and each color represents different area, and these are all actually different dimensions. And you can see that the number of indicators that we found in international existing databases did actually vary. Most of them was found for the C area, steering or resourcing, but they're also varied across different dimensions. This is actually the availability of the data that we have in the international sources. One example of one of the indicators, just to remind you, is that we can test access and attractiveness of continuing WET is the average cost of this one. We have the argument how to use it because it's already used. Potential learners mentioned it is one of the reasons of their non-participation, and it's existent in the Eurostat. Of course, there are limitations in conceptual one, but also limitations through time. For some countries, it is not available in all the years. So we have these gaps or missing data from time to time. When we were developing this, we were totally unaware how many missing data will actually be, but it turned out there's more missing than the real ones. Also, some indicators have multiple sources, up to 3, so you can actually pick them from different ones. Now you can see from the old indicators that we found, most of them comes from PISA, or UNESCO, or TALIS, or Eurostat, but there are also lots of other sources coming from them. So, the main idea here to talk about are these composite scores, which is actually the idea of starting from the previous session question, how to mix apples and oranges. Or as in former Yugoslavia, we would like to say how to sum up grandmas and frogs. in English, it's apples and oranges. So can we actually do that? Initially, we had 8 dimensions, which I mentioned, and each of them had several outcomes. Each outcome was actually broken into several indicators, indices, and we had quantitative ones, which I showed you, but during the large number of missing data, we developed these qualitative ones by asking experts to give a self-report, judgment for some of the outcomes. So what the idea was to aggregate them through dimensions and to these areas, so you will actually get one score, for instance, per area. Can we have an aggregated summary score for the access of VET per country? How to do that, since we have a lot of apples and oranges in the data? So the other thing is, can we incorporate in the same manner these qualitative answers, because they are totally different from the existence one, like the number of kids entering the educational system and the judgment of an expert from the Ministry of Education saying it's okay or not. So can we kind of sum up that? Because they are using different types of scales, we need actually to put them on a similar scales. We had a case yesterday of building Lego blocks, and you know from the start somebody used just 4, and somebody who won at the end used 20. So it had the starting advantage. So can we kind of sum up them to put them on the same scale? So the first idea was to rescale them, then to apply certain weights by summing up them, and then to combine them into one score. So the first, I will mostly talk about the first idea about the rescaling. It's actually how to put apples and oranges on the same scale, which is fruit. So we are developing fruit now. Or for the grandmas and frogs, we are developing animals. So how does our animal look like, or the fruit? The idea was to use the scale from 0 to 100. Why? Because it's simple, higher scores correspond to better outcomes, which doesn't go for the all indicators, and it's a user-centered approach. Why? Because it resembles percentages, and for some reasons, people are okay with percentages. When you say, I have a score of 6, nobody knows what does it mean, but when you say, I'm at 90%, everybody say, oh, you're okay. So I will just briefly guide you through several types of indicators, how we actually transform them. Some of the indicators are actually easy, they're binary. Does something exist or not, 0 or 1? Rescaling them was easy, we just multiply them by 100. So if it's 0, it's 0, if it's 1, then it's 100. So there are no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, there was a band called like that. So indicators that use Likert scale are a bit more complex. It means a scale from, let's say, 0 to 4 or so. But this scale had different ranges, so we kind of redeveloped it a little bit like this. Why did we subtract 1? Because when you have, if the starting value is 1, subtracting 1 will guide us to 0. So we always wanted that the starting value is 0. And if we divide it by the maximal value, then the maximum value would be 100. So I will just give you 2 examples of it. One of the binary indicators says, has since 2009 your government consulted stakeholders, no or yes? If the government said no, you get 0. If it says yes, you get 100. So it's easy, black and white. The other example of this Likert scale, here we have a question. Most teachers strive to develop new ideas, strongly disagree, so we have a 4-point scale. Not 5, here we have 4, right? So, yes, the typical Likert scale that we use in psychology is 5 points, but the term Likert scale was kind of a, I don't know, people use it in many different ideas, so somebody used 3, 4, 7, and so on. But the original one is 5-point scale, so yeah, and thanks for that. So for instance, if somebody said strongly disagree, you will get 0. Why? Because 1 minus 1, 4 minus 1, but it's always 0. If somebody said 4, then you will get 100. So we actually spread the range from 0 to 100. For instance, if you have a typical 5-point scale, what does it mean? 1 transforms to 0, 2 transfers to 25%, 3 50, 4 75, and 5 the maximum is 100. So we kind of just stretch it to 0 to 100, and we have the same scale. A little bit more complicated was unspecified range. What's an unspecified range? How many kids do enter wet? It's expressed in tens of thousands in some countries. In some countries, it's hundreds of thousands. So it actually depends on the size of the country. So we cannot say that, like in Likert scale, maximum is 5 or 7. Here, the maximum is the number of the amount of population. So we kind of developed this kind of a formula. We actually subtract the minimum value and difference between maximum and minimum and multiply it by 100. The problem was, what's a minimal value? Theoretical minimum is 0, right? But it's not real. We don't have the countries with 0 people inside. So what we actually decided to use is to use the minimal and maximum values in all existing databases, not only ETF countries. For instance, in all PISA countries, the maximum value for something is 10,000. Then we use it as a empirically defined, a really existing maximum on planet Earth in that database. So for instance, we have a ratio of graduates in VET and graduate rate, rates in general education. For instance, proportion of kids who enter VET and the proportion who enters general education. Let us say that this proportion in certain countries is 0.2. If the minimal value in all existing databases for the whole world is also 0.2, and if the maximum is 0.9, what does 0.9 mean? It means that 90% of kids enters VET. So, this country will get 0. Why? Because the value is the minimal one out of all existent. On the contrary to that, if you have a country where the 90% of kids enters VET, this country has a score which is similar, exactly the same as the maximum, and it will get 100. All the other countries will be between 0 and 100. Closer they are to the minimum, they will be closer to the 0. Closer to the maximum, they will be closer to the 100. Okay? And the most complex one, which gave us a lot of problems, is actually the problem which we called entropy transformations. For instance, ETF guides us that it would like to have a diversity of funding. There are two questions, two indices with that. What's the diversity of funding? If school has like 5 sources of funding, what's the diversity? Diversity is if all 5 contributed in the same percentage. It's not diverse if you have 5 sources, but one covers 99% of funding and all the others are not important. So how to develop this? We used, this is an old formula from the information theory by Shannon. So it's a little bit more complicated than the previous one. We sum up the multiplication of the probabilities, proportions, and logarithm of those proportions. And I will guide you through the example of that, just to see how does it go. The problem with this formula, it gives you just some numbers, but we also rescaled it to the same 0 to 100 proportion. How did we do that on the example? So, percentage of funding of the school from different sources. Here we have, if I don't, 5 sources with the other ones. So, for instance, the maximum number of sources here is 5. If you will get a school which uses only 2 sources, but with one dominant, meaning that one source, let us say it's government, gives 90% of funding, and then you have 10% of student fees and all the other ones don't exist. This school will have 90% times logarithm of that, 10% times logarithm, and you will get some number, 0.14. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. But then, just compare it with the second school or second country, which uses all 5 possible sources, each one of them covered by 20%. It will have a value of 70. If we apply our scaling, 70 would be the 0.7 would be the maximum. Why? It's using all available sources, equally distributed. Then you would have that this school is at 20% of possibilities, or this country. So if this country would use just one source, 100%, it will be at 0. Why? Because it's 0 diversity, it just has one source, and so on. So just to go to the end, misalignment between education and labor market needs is something that we believe it can be used in similar manners. Yes, we believe we can count oranges and apples by transforming them in the same meaningful scale, and this could be actually entry point for assessing structural weaknesses if we develop our measure in a meaningful and useful way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Oliver. So as you can see, we have colorful stuff and we also have nerdy stuff, I believe in a good way, because we also have a very detailed work. He's here, colorful side and the nerdy side at the same time, meaning that we do have a lot of, there was a lot of thinking that went into all these colorful graphs. There's no guarantee that this is rocket science. I'm always very happy we're not in the business of healing people, because many of our patients would simply die. This is not rocket science. However, with the available information, with the available data, we're trying to do as much as possible, and the approach we have adopted for the development of system performance indices, we think, could be at least tested also for the other ambitious index we want to develop, which is the Skills Gap Index. And the idea behind the presentation of Oliver is to simply recreate for you the thinking behind this composite index. There are many ways to do composite indices. This is the one we adopted because we had this real-life limitation, 2 of them in fact. The challenge of missing data, so it's absolutely useless to define fantastic areas and fantastic requests if we will never find the data. And second, we were limited to data from international sources because we want to be able to collect this without an extra investment, without an extra effort. We want to be able to press the button and get this data every day if needed. If we would do Skills Gap Index based on a large-scale survey, for instance, this will be expensive, it needs time, we may not be able to pay for it every year. And so this is the other trade-off. So in order to work with readily available indicators which are already in the repositories, we had to agree, are they good enough as proxies? We had to do the magic that, well, it's not magic for you, it's magic for me because I'm not a statistician. We had to do the magic that Oliver described. And of course, there are trade-offs. There are trade-offs essentially that sometimes perhaps we can argue, is this really a good proxy for that or not? Is this really the way this was rescaled proper or not? I mean, yes, there are a lot of things we can make better. A question from you, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, it's work. Thank you for your presentation. So firstly, we have talked about skills gap index. Yes.
Yes.
I had a question. It's how can the SGA ensure international comparability given differences in definition, data quality, and availability across countries? I think that we will use the rescaling for this. So I have, maybe I didn't understand, but to use, firstly we will use the international data, yes, who are not always up to date and may not accurately reflect the reality of every of countries.
Yes.
So how can we access whether the calculator indicator in relate to be comparable? Sorry, and I think that rescaling may give a large margin of error. It's my own opinion. So we have two risks. Absolutely. Firstly, it's the international data isn't updated or it's okay for the countries. And the second, it's the way that we will rescaling this informations. If I understand.
Yes, yes. Thanks.
I'm here. So, yeah, you're exactly right. As we noticed, by collecting the SPIs, there are many more situations than I hope for like that. And as I said, there are many more missing data than the existing one. So what we plan to do is actually, while collecting all the data, just to test, because these indices or composite ones are actually developed based on our ideas how it's possible to do. But then the second stage is to actually test their reliability. For instance, each for one of these, we can test by taking the data from all the countries available or not, how do they correlate among themselves? Do they agree? Over time, do they change significantly? For instance, what we notice in writing these reports, there are countries, indicators for the countries, which actually from year to year jumps significantly all of a sudden, which is probably due to some technical stuffs like reliability of the indicators existing. So these actually traces or correlations between them can help us to determine where are the dangerous or non-reliable sources. And then to kind of come up to the idea which one of them to use. Also, the second part of the procedure, which I didn't explain, is the weighting ones. We can actually put more weights to those who are more reliable, more country comparable ones. That's the second part, if such exists at the end, of course. And this will actually guide us to the end of the process. Also, there are additional things that we develop for the qualitative parts. For instance, it's not just like transforming them or rescaling them. We can say that the experts from countries give marks from 1 to 5, and then you rescale them easily. But the problem is that there are countries where the people who are working in the organizations just say 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And it's hard to believe that everything is 5, 5, 5, 5. There are countries who are like more critical to themselves more than they really are. So they just say 1, 1, 1, 1, which is also not. So there are actually, we also developed several possible indicators to catch up these kind of trends. So what it gives you, it's hard to kind of implement it, but then you can say, this country looks too critical to itself, take care, be careful when you're implementing these data or something like that. It's just like a signal.
It's okay? Thank you, but I think that I'm from Morocco, I'm sorry. So Ms. Assia Nasri, Head of Evaluation and Communication Division of Morocco. We have participated in Torino process since 2010. We are the first country that participates in these processes. And it's very interesting to have the result and the interpretation of Torino process to develop our system. It's very interesting. So now, and I think that we don't have, if the indicator or the result is not sure, I don't know how can we use to develop our system or to interpret or to...
Why is it not sure? What do you mean it's not sure?
Okay.
So because look, if we have like 190 indicators that come from the usual gang, like World Bank, UNESCO, whatever, yeah, it's a very, very big statement to say, you know, just because the international, there's somehow, we know better. We have our national data, we know better. I think it's also the other extreme now that you're trying to communicate. So I don't really know, it's very difficult to decide which of the indicators that are international can be trusted in which country. So for us, we are not here, like I said, we're not healing people. We're also not judging any country. We are here to have a tool that allows us to have a policy dialogue and identify broadly which areas need attention. Yeah? And so in this sense, whether an indicator is 100% reliable or 80% reliable because you may have conflict with UNESCO, yes, it's important, but it is a matter of another discussion. So it's highly unlikely that even in your country, out of 190 indicators, they're all not good. I don't think so. Plus, in addition to moderate the reliance on this kind of data, we always, when we do this reporting, it's really extremely boring and actually, it's impossible to write an interesting report just reading these indices. You end up having access to 60 qualities, 50, what does that mean? What is 60? What is 50? In relation to what? So these questionnaires that we are compiling are extremely important because they give context. We took you know that perhaps using only national experts is not a good enough approach. Using only ministries of education may also not be a good approach. We need to see how we do this in 2026 so that we have somehow a balance. But I think that the way to be sure whether the international indicators can be trusted in the case, say, of Morocco, is to read carefully what is answered in the questionnaires and then embed this in the context. So we are still going to say, if UNESCO says participation in VET is 40%, we are still going to say UNESCO said it's 40%, but we may add some context and explain. In Morocco, this and this and this and this. So this is our solution to that, because if we start to question all the international data, we must close shop. Yeah, I cannot do that. I can also not fully rely on national data, because then we run into two other difficulties. One, countries have no national data, it's not public, or if they do, we absolutely don't know whether it's comparable. So we end up, we cannot do this kind of work anymore. So you see, there is no, it's always a compromise. So yeah, I think that the questionnaire issue is something that is very important going forward. Thanks a lot. It's well noted. Any other questions to the part that you heard from Oliver? So we'll try to do something similar also for the Skills Gap Index. And what I can promise you is that when we come back to you with the first results, we're going to keep track of every step of the process so we can recreate for you what we did and why. Also in the Torino process, you may see these aggregate figures, charts now, but if you look into it, you'll see that we have always provided links to the indicators that are used for the calculation of the ASPIs, to the way we have done this. So it's all transparent.
Позвольте прокомментировать, да, вот немного в другом ключе прокомментировать. Можно?
Да, да.
Ага. Меня зовут Алма.
Подождите, у них есть перевод, надо вставить наушники и так далее. Okay, they're all ready for you.
Да, коллеги, я хотела немного по-другому чуть-чуть прокомментировать. Вот эта вот тема, которая сегодня поднимается, о востребованности кадров рынку труда, это очень такая злободневная, насущная тема. Она волнует нашу страну вот последние, вот можно сказать, прямо упорно последние годы, потому что мы, естественно, готовим кадры для экономики, я имею в виду техническое и профессиональное образование. И мы, конечно же, международный опыт использовали, и это и КВВЭТ, это и Туринский процесс, конечно же, все это. И основная проблема – это востребованность наших кадров. Просто я хотела немного сказать, что мы конкретно уже сделали по решению этой проблемы. В Казахстане уже на законодательном уровне внедрена академическая свобода у нас в колледжах. То есть у нас работодатели совместно с учебным заведением разрабатывают учебные программы. То есть мы готовим кадры, работодатели участвуют в разработке этих образовательных программ, и у нас есть реестр, республиканский реестр образовательных программ. Это первое. Второе, мы внедрили целевую подготовку кадров. То есть производство, они обучают за свой счет, и по окончании они обеспечивают работой. То есть целевой заказ идет от предприятия. Они сами знают, они пишут программу, вот нам нужны такие-то, такие-то там, допустим, строители с такими-то компетенциями. Мы их готовим, и по окончанию учебы они возвращаются на работу. Не возвращаются, а идут по целевому заказу, уже работают. Третий момент – это шефство. Шефство, когда предприятия очень тесно взаимосвязаны с колледжами. То есть вот инструментов как бы много, и мы пытаемся решать. Основная цель – это подготовить кадры, которые нужны нашей экономике. И вот я думаю, по итогам, может быть, кто-то из коллег еще прокомментирует до конца дня, какие еще методы есть, чтобы мы соответствовали, готовили кадры для рынка труда. Спасибо, меня Алма зовут.
Спасибо. So I'll do this in English. We'll move very organically to the next step. Thank you, Oliver. To the next step of the day, where we are providing some country updates. I just wanted to ask you something about what you said. You said we do these ways of cooperating with the employers. I just wonder whether you manage to do this for all the sectors, or some sectors where you have bigger companies are more likely to do that. Because in many countries, the challenge is that most of the sectors are populated with small and medium-sized enterprises who really don't have time to talk to the Ministry of Education about their needs. So in Kazakhstan, is this really what you're describing, working better for some sectors than for others, big companies, construction, or do you manage to do this for all sectors of the economy?
Это вопрос был?
Да.
Да. Мы со всеми уровнями предпринимательства. У нас есть Национальная палата атомикен предпринимателей. И мы вот изначально потребность формируем на основе запроса предпринимателей. То есть у нас есть Национальная палата, где стекаются все предприниматели всей страны. И там уже формируется заказ на подготовку тех или иных кадров. То есть когда мы взаимодействуем, тут, конечно же, где есть крупные предприятия, там они играют основную роль. У нас есть регионы, Казахстан, вы же знаете, большая страна, есть регионы, допустим, там на востоке, на севере-востоке у нас очень крупные заводы, там по-другому немножко. А где есть сельхозхозяйственные регионы, там, соответственно, уже малый, средний бизнес тоже. То есть у нас вопросы, цель одна, за подготовку кадров несут ответственность все. Это и государство в лице организации образования, это и предприниматели, и в конце концов само общество. То есть мы стараемся всех стейкхолдеров, всех заинтересованных лиц привлечь. И независимо от того, крупное предприятие это или малый и средний бизнес.
Спасибо. Okay. As you remember, we asked in advance of the meeting whether anybody would like to provide an update from their country. I have a list of only 3. If there's time, we can also have improvisations, so countries which did not register can also speak. But before I open again the floor to everyone, I think we need to first go through the ones who really registered, and if there's time left, we can maybe add a few more. Yes? So on the list that Simona gave me, because I would have forgotten this too, probably, like the question I couldn't remember after all, we have Northern Macedonia, Pero Ilievski. The floor is yours. Tell us what is happening
3 minutes.
in North Macedonia.
It's already on.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Pero Ilievski. I present State Statistical Office of the Republic of North Macedonia. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today with all of you and to sharing some experience with all colleagues, with all other colleagues for other countries. For as an example, let me briefly share some of our recent activities and future activities related to monitoring education and employment indicators. First of all, in the coming period, our focus will be on strengthening the link between education and labor market statistics, with special attention to data of VET outcomes, vocational education training. Also, within the IPA 2026 program, we plan to improve the quality of labor force survey by integrated administrative data sources, such as the Public Revenue Office, Pension and Disability Fund, and also the Employment Agency. Also here, I would like to share something from Education Department, because in the labor market I'm only 3 months. Before that I was in Education Department, and I have more experience from Education Department because I was more than 11 years. We start now with the Ministry of Education and Science to administrative data, receiving administrative data for primary and secondary schools at the end of at the end of school year and also at the beginning of school year. I have here a colleague from the Ministry of Education and Science. For this year, we will receiving administrative data for education. We also plan to analyze labor market inactivity, especially among young people and women, since female unemployment, those over 50, remains particularly high in our country, regardless of education level. So we believe these efforts will provide clear evidence for decision making and contribute the policy alignment between education and the labor market. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this overview. I just wonder, do you worry that you may have some bottlenecks in this list of ambitious goals? For instance, you said that you're going to do also some analysis. Do you have the capacity in your institution to move on to that and do this kind of analysis? And also, when you said that you will start to collect data from the schools at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year, do you think that they will be able to do that reliably? Do they have the capacity? So are you worried about any of these plans? That's my question.
Yes, thank you. We will see, because for primary and secondary schools, now we collecting data by questionnaires.
Yeah.
Yes, by questionnaires.
Yes.
We are starting from now, maybe from next year, but we will also conduct the statistical survey, regular statistical survey, and also administrative data, yes, from Ministry of Education and Science. And we will see next 2-3 years, and we will conduct the survey, and also we will receiving data from the Ministry of Education and Science. So we will see. I'm not sure now what what to say, but we will see next 2-3 years how this is going.
Yeah, one more reason to have one more forum next year and one more forum next year so that you can report how it's going. Yeah, go.
Yeah, hi, I'm Philip from Ministry of Education from Macedonia. I want to add something to this because now we try to digitalize the system of data. Because previous was very hard for us because we have like hard copies and the data was not 100% precise. Now we want to digitalize the system, and with 2 clicks you can have data in the primary education and also in the secondary education. You can divide by gender, divide by the vocational, dual system, and etc.
Thank you. We have next on the list, thank you very much, well noted. We have next on the list our colleague from Turkey, who I know, there she is. She was very kind to us because she actually prepared a lot of information. Then I asked, could you maybe limit it to 3? And so she just went down from 15 minutes to 3 minutes within a day. I don't know how she did that. So she has a much shorter presentation than initially planned, much appreciated. And also you are special participants because you actually cover higher education normally. So I'm not really sure how many people from the higher education sector here we have. So we treat minorities well. So welcome to the forum that is mostly statistics and that. Anyway, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I really don't know how to shorten my presentation to just 3 minutes. I'll try my best. Hello everyone, my name is Güneş İnanmıcıl. I work for Turkish Statistical Institute, shortly Turkstat. You know, in recent years, employers' expectations and hiring preferences are changing rapidly. We now see a growing demand for candidates with practical, job-ready skills instead of just formal educational backgrounds. And it's not just employers whose preferences are changing. The employees' preferences are evolving too. Day by day, more graduates are moving abroad to live and work after they are finishing their studies. And today I'm going to tell you something about 2 of our news release, press releases. These press releases give us some insights on statistics of higher education graduates. In the first press release, we focus on employment indicators of higher education graduates, and in the second, we take a closer look at graduates who resided abroad after finishing their studies for extended periods. And the employment indicators include analysis of job placement success, employment rates and the registered employment rates actually, earning and the duration it takes to find the first job. And the second one, the brain drain statistics. In that press release, we provide insights into the immigration of highly educated people. And according to the results of the statistics, we lose very people from top value programs to the countries with a better welfare. So mostly in STEM programs actually. So what is new with these 2 press releases we have? We added a new indicator to employment indicators to assess whether graduates find jobs that match their educational backgrounds or not. And brain drain statistics are all new. We just released it for the first time last year, and the second release is very fresh out. We just published it last Friday. And we calculate brain drain rate by sex, field of education, program, and target country of emigration. And this year we added 3 new breakdowns, like university type, if the school is public school or private school, and the funding type, if the program offers scholarships or partial or full scholarship, or is it self-funded, and by the instruction language of the program. And before finishing, I really wonder if other countries here also have such statistics published on, especially on brain drain or higher the employment indicators, but for higher education for graduates. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. What I suggest, because we're running out of time, we will have the lunch break, so if you feel like you want to share experiences with collecting this kind of information for higher education graduates, you can approach our colleagues from Turkey during the lunch break. What you said about the brain drain is extremely interesting, because I think this is one area where we do not do much in terms of collecting information, and I know that many of our countries have a massive problem with that. So it is like really the elephant in the room. So it's very good to see that there is some experience in this direction already. This connects very well to the next country that I have on my list, because you on the other side are trying to get people out for good, like not with a good intention. You have graduates and you want to internationalize the VET system. So talking about brain drain, talking about managed brain drain, brain gain, I think it's something that connects very well to the interventions from Egypt, which are the last on my list. Dr. Basila, I have you on my list. I also have some other names. So next is Egypt in any case. Are there any updates from your side?
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to conclude what is going on in the TVET sector in Egypt. Nowadays, we add a very important pillar to our strategy that we have issued in 2019, which is internationalization of the TVET Egypt. What does it mean? Internationalization is to get a full cooperation with the biggest entities for TVET in different developed countries to get benefit from their experience, and to have this kind of not accreditation, but it is twinning between our schools and the different schools in different developed countries such as Italy. We have a lot of cooperation between the ITSs and the technical education schools in Italy. We have another kind of cooperation with Omnia in Finland and Singapore. We have City and Gales. We have Pearson from England. Why? Because all of those have the greatest experience to give us the accreditation on what we are doing currently in Egypt concerning the developing of the TVET cluster. This is our meaning of internationalization for the TVET in Egypt. This is number one. Number two, we have issued our new strategy since the new cabinet comes to Egypt, maybe on July 2024. So we issue a new updated strategy concerning some new pillars, and they are so much interested about localization of the industry in Egypt. So localization needs a highly professional TVET outcome, because if you'd like to have such a strong industry or tourist or any kind of economical cluster, you must support the technical education graduates. So this is the main issues that we are so much interested in, and hopefully that we can localize always the different clusters of TVET curriculum development with those new partners, and we are seeking, of course, for more and more collaboration between us and the partners worldwide. This is simply our updates for what we are doing currently in Egypt. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to just be very quick and brief because I know that everybody is hungry right now. I will be killed. There is no need for this. It's okay. Peace. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, regarding the first point you raised, we also, if somebody wants to know about these efforts, internationalize the ATS in Egypt, we have a report which is forthcoming, so it's very well documented, the first point you discussed, so I'm not going to comment and ask any questions because this has already been documented in this report, so it will be available soon. Now, we have this following situation. In the list of Egypt, we have other people, but I would like to suggest to maybe leave this for one of the next sessions and not to continue anymore the discussion, the updates, except if somebody really, really wants to share something, because we're running late with two extremely important things. Three, in fact. First is the lunch itself. Second, there was the idea to do the Mentimeter, which we'll do when we start.
We will do after lunch.
Later, so that I don't mention. And the third very important thing is today I shaved, I took my tie, so there is a family picture. So we thought that we need to somehow make a family picture on time so that we don't stay without food, right? So
okay, allora.
Not to have the dilemma being pretty or having food. We want to have both pretty and
Allora, for ladies, put the lipstick on. We're going to have the family picture. So we will follow Alessandra, which I just saw appearing and then disappearing. But in any case, we have to go in the center of the garden, right? Giuliano is our photographer. You won't see the photographer in the center of the garden because he will be flying somewhere on a terrace. I didn't get really the point, but he will be somewhere flying. So when we stand up, but not now, wait a second, we will follow Alessandra.
There's Alexandra in the back.
And she knows where we have to place all of us to have a very nice picture.
Before the lunch, right?
Right now, so just 1 minute to put
Before
the lipstick.
we get stains and all these things.
Then, listen to me, other important information. Two important information. For people who need reimbursement, we have prepared a desk in the hotel with our dearest colleague from Lattanzio. Maria is there, so you go directly there. You get cash, take something for me too. And this as far as reimbursement are concerned. Then, another point. You know that after today, this long day, we will go in a social visit in Milano to visit something nice, etc. Since to go to Milano, there is quite a lot of traffic, we should start to leave right after the meeting ends. So my suggestion would be, if any of you would like to get change or to put comfortable shoes, I think that the best time is to do it over lunch. I'm sorry to be so compressed, but we wanted to do it everything too much as usual, so we really need your help, brain and feet. Okay? So, point one, family picture. Put the lipstick on, follow Alessandra. Reimbursement, social visit, then while leaving, or, sorry, I'm losing my voice. While leaving, stay with me 1 more second. While leaving or coming back from lunch, there is the flip chart that we had yesterday where we noted down all your names for the 2 workshops. Those who didn't do it, like Najib, for example, my friend from Jordan, who fell asleep and basically missed the dinner, just to share what you did yesterday. So you still have to put your name on the flip chart. And this applies to all of those who didn't do it. Yalla, Aide, we go to take the picture, lipstick, and we go. Thank you so much.